All right, we're about to be talking about the feudal system today. You know what I mean? So let me go ahead and knock this out for y'all right quick. As y'all can see, we're coming from the International School History. It was last updated on the 9th of November, 2017. You know, it's a very good briefing. That's why I'm going to read it to y'all. All right? And definitely read along with me. In medieval Europe, the state was dominated by a monarchy that was set up, on my bad, so you know I need to read with me, by a monarchy that was at the top of a pyramid of power. It said there was at the top of a pyramid of power, right? Unlike in the modern state, there was very few restrictions on the power of kings and queens. They were absolute monarchs. During the Middle Ages, these monarchs became increasingly powerful as their territories became bigger. They derived their power through the ownership of land, and their authority came from God, not the people. This was called the divine rights, or the divine right of kings. Keep game now. As we will see, in medieval Europe, the Catholic Church was seen to interpret the will of God, and as a result, the church was enormously important. The physical remains of the Middle Ages reflect the importance of land and the church, right? Modern towns and cities are still dominated by medieval castles that were designed to protect the land, and medieval cathedrals, which were designed to psychologically overpower and awe. You know, psychologically. What was the feudal system? The feudal system was a social, economic, and political system that was found throughout Western Europe by the 12th century, around 1100, y'all. In an age when it could take days to travel a few hundred kilometers, the feudal system enabled kings to keep control of their lands by contracting others to do the controlling for them. Deep game, right? It's in an age when it could take days to travel a few hundred kilometers, right? Mean miles, right? The feudal system enabled kings to keep control of their lands by contracting others to do the controlling for them, like delegating work, right? Keep your hands clean. So check out the system. Got the king at the top. Say the king owned all the land in the country and made the laws. He gave an area of land called a fief or fief to rich lords and nobles. Okay? So now, let's mosey on down. Say in return, the lords and nobles agreed to supply the king with soldiers and horses for his army. Okay? So in the middle, they're telling you got the fief and the peasants, right? You got lawyers, okay, yeah, fiefs and the peasants. You got loyalty, got military aid, you got lords, right? The people that stand in the middle are lords, and they are vassals to the king. Okay, they say the nobles gave some land to professional soldiers. Okay, so you see how this chain of command is flowing. The nobles will still get the land from the king. You know what I mean? They say they're gonna supply with soldiers and all that, and so now they find professional soldiers and get them land too, or whatever, right? And then they say in return, these knights, right, the ones fighting for them, right, fought for nobles and the king. Okay? These are your knights and the vassals to the lords. Right? All right. They say peasants work the land for the nobles, and knights who in turn offer them protection. Okay? Hey, we'll work the land for you. As long as you protect us, give us shelter, give us food to eat, you know what I mean? Give us some work to do and all that, and protect us, right? So sound like the small business owners or whatever they're doing, like you see what I'm saying? You got the blacksmiths and different people doing different little things. They're getting paid. You got the cooks and the janitors, I guess that's what it is. Hold them up, so I don't know. But yeah. You see like the small business owners, right? Stuff like that. Or the workers for the business owners. They the business owners right here. CEOs and all that, right? Well, your military, for the most part. It's your military right here. Police officers, stuff like that protect the businesses and stuff. Then above them is the lords, right? The lords to the vassals, to the king. You get to the king. So like the people that work for the government, I guess, stuff like that. Government say what to do as the head. And then the thing about it is all of them are connected to other things. Let's keep going. You see, at the top of the feudal system was the king, chosen by God. The king had a divine right to rule. The king gave his lands and manors or fiefs, which is, which is where the word feudal comes from, to important lords or tenants in chief. In return for the fiefs, the lords or nobles became the king's vassals, right? The lords and nobles became what? The king's vassals, and swore an oath of loyalty, which is fealty, and paid homage to him. Homage consists of the vassal surrendering himself to the Lord, symbolized by his kneeling and giving his joined hands to the Lord, who clasps them in his own, thus accepting the surrender, right? So this picture right here is showing how they used to bow to the vassals, or kneel to them, or whatever, showing submission. Okay? The vassal doing homage to his king from an illuminated manuscript of the 9th century. All right. So that's just activity or whatever. So that's the end of it. So y'all peep the whole rundown, right? So down here at the bottom, I should have to tell you that's all the working class people at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? All the CEOs, stuff like that. The first thing at the top. All right. So you still got, right there at the top, they protecting everything, protecting all the businesses. So basically, this is like the small businesses and people that work for them. I want to say self-employed people. Everybody basically self-employed in the way. You got the army, the military, protected, the money, run that money. You know what I'm saying? Extortioners, they're the ones that's going to come get you. They right above you. Everything got to go through them first. They pay, actually they run their own thing too. When they pay them, y'all already soon go where y'all can make your own analysis about shit. I ain't trying, my bad for cussing. The little youngsters that might watch this. But yeah. I'm just trying to let you know right quick about the feudal system. So y'all got it. It's the same system. This is the same system that we're on right now today. All right. So catch me on some more details. All right. We're gonna get into the serfs right quick. You know what I mean? The serfs, the peasants, And probably like the little vessels or whatever. I forgot to put all that in the title, but I'll go back to it. All right. It's a serf is an agricultural laborer bound under the feudal system to work on his lord's estate. Okay? Now we clearly understand what's going on now, right? So now, synonyms are bondsman, slave, servant, menial, villein, thrall, healer, vassal, liegeman. Right? So now, I want you to understand there could be two types of vassals. So the Lord is a vassal to the king, and the serf is a vassal to the Lord. Okay. It's a late 15th century in the sense slave. From Old French, from Latin servus, meaning what? Slave. All right. So as we can see, the word serf, when they hit you with that serf shit, you already know. They're saying slave. All right. Understood. Let's define what a peasant is right quick. Get straight to the point. Straight to the point, Jay. What is a peasant? Same thing, basically. A peasant is a poor form of low social status who owns or rents a small piece of land for cultivation, chiefly in historical use or with reference to subsistence farming in poor countries, right? Or with reference to subsistence farming in poor countries, right? Have you on the spot or somebody help me out, or you work for somebody else, right? It's a poor form or low social status, right? Of low social status, who owns or rents, right? Small piece of land for cultivation. It's derogatory. See the words there right quick. So now, it's a country dweller. The country. Which is about to live out in the country? Yeah. It's a country district. So it's a country district. All right. Country district. Yeah, and ironically, it means polis. Okay. I know I could have probably clicked on it. Oh, go ahead and put it in. I'm killing these words today, man. My bad. Vassal, right? It's a holder of land by feudal tenure on conditions of homage and allegiance, right? What's a vassal? A vassal is a holder of land by feudal tenure, okay, on conditions of homage and allegiance. Okay? And now, as you can see, it's going along with serf and all that. Bondsman, right? So what's a bondsman right quick? A bondsman is a person who stands surety for a bond. Okay? For a bond. Or it simply means what? A slave. Now, you see the origin of the word bondsman, and it goes back to serf, right? It said early 18th century, bondsman since from bond plus man. Bondsman, second definition, is a variant of Middle English, bondman, from obsolete bond, meaning what? Serf. See also bondage. Okay? All right. Let's see what we go here. Surety. See a word like this. All right. A surety is a person who takes responsibility for another's performance, okay, of an undertaking. For example, they're appearing in court or the payment of a debt. Guarantor, right? The guarantor, the sponsor. So it's a person who takes responsibility for another's performance. I mean, if you don't do this, it's gonna fall on me, right? Of an undertaking. Okay? The sponsor, the guarantor. Money given to support an undertaking that someone will perform a duty, pay their debts, etc. A guarantee, right? The state of being sure or certain of something. Okay. Middle English in the sense of something given to support an undertaking that someone will fulfill an obligation. If someone fulfill an obligation, oh, that's what I'm saying. See, security. Okay. So the security was the land and all that. Remember? Do you remember? So now, let's see what a surety bond is. I don't think it was even showing. I knew it wasn't going. I'm just talking, but it ain't showing nothing. Let me go back to that surety so y'all can see it with your own eyes. That's what surety mean, right? Let's go run back through it again so y'all can see with your own eyes. So y'all might see other things that I might not see. My brain works for me and my job. So y'all might see some things, be like, whoa, wait a minute, bro. I didn't even speak on that, but I saw that type shit. All right, so y'all see what it is again. So y'all see what I'm talking about, the guarantee or the guarantor, right? Sponsor. The guarantor, the sponsor, right? Money given, making a pledge, collateral, guarantee, bond, insurance, bail, right? Instead of being sure of something, right? I got all that. Now forget what I was going to next. I went to surety. What I was going to surety. I think I was trying to go to guarantor. Guarantor. The guarantor is a person, organization, or thing that guarantees something. A person or organization that provides a guarantee. Like a warrantor, warranty. All right, so a person that gives the warranty is a warrantor. Right? You got bondsman again. All right. Let's see. We go back. Surety. Bondsman. All right. That's what we was at with the surety. Go back again. Old Vassal. Man, bondsman. All that. Yes, what that word is a Celtic origin. See, there's connections everywhere. Connections everywhere. That's a feudal tenure. You see a tenure right here. All right, let's see what tenure means right quick. Tenure means the act, right, manner, or term of holding something, such as a landed property, a position, or an office, especially a status granted after a trial period to a teacher that gives protection from summary dismissal. A status granted after a trial period to a teacher that gives protection from summary dismissal. I think I already showed y'all the three main things I wanted to show y'all. You know, like the feet. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Getting a little sleepy right now, so yeah, I'm going to let y'all get out of here with that one. I'll get with you. All right, we're about to see what an Afrikaner is right quick. What is an Afrikaner? All right, an Afrikaner, right? An Afrikaans speaking person in South Africa, especially one descended from the Dutch and Huguenot settlers of the 17th century. Okay, so it's an Afrikaners, an Afrikaan, right? Speaking person in South Africa, especially one descended from the Dutch, huh? Especially, and Huguenot settlers of the 17th century. So let you know, Afrikaners are mainly descended from Dutch people, and they are called Huguenot settlers, and they settled in the 1600s. Okay, more translation and definitions. We get to the origin of it, make sure we're on point. They say Afrikaans from South African Dutch Afrikaner, from Dutch Afrikaan, which is what? An African, plus the suffix der on the pattern of Hollander, Dutchman. Okay? So a Highlander is a Dutchman. All right? So what kind of Afrikaans? What kind of Africans, right? Are we talking about Highlanders from the Dutch? All right. Well, hold on. Let me see what's something right quick. Let me see what an Afrikaner is like this. Let's just see. Trying to see something. Trying to see something. Let's see what it says. Now, when you look at it the regular way, an African is relating to Africa or its people, customs, or languages. A person from Africa. Okay, from Latin, Africanus, from Africa, meaning terror, land, Afri, right? An ancient people of what? North Africa. So Africans are ancient people from North Africa. All right. To be called an African, I mean you're a person from North Africa. All right. So now let's check out Dutch right quick. Okay. A Dutch is relating to the Netherlands, its people, or their language. Now, archaic, relating to the people of Germany. German, okay? So a Dutch person is a German. The West Germanic language of the Netherlands. The people of the Netherlands collectively are called Dutchmen, okay? Which are Germans. Which are Africans or Afrikaners. Now, Dutch, Netherlandish, German. The English word originally denoted speakers of both High and Low German, but became more specific after the United Provinces adopted the Low German of Holland as the national language on independence in 1579. Okay. So now it's only right to check out German real quick. Let's check out German real quick. All right, let's see what a German is right quick. As y'all can see, I ain't doing a whole lot of work. So just imagine when you dig deep into it, what it's going to give you. Just imagine. All right, let's say a native or inhabitant of Germany or a person of German descent. A West Germanic language used in Germany, Austria, and parts of Switzerland, and by communities in the U.S. and elsewhere, relating to Germany, its people, or their language. From Latin, Germanus, used to designate related peoples of Central and Northern Europe, okay? Now, we talking about German, we talking about people in Central and Northern Europe. It's a name perhaps given by Celts or Celts to their neighbors, compared with Old Irish, gar, or neighbor. Now, we say Central Europe. What are we talking about? It's spell it right out. Okay, so Central Europe consists of Austria, Croatia, the Czech Republic, Germany, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, Slovenia, Switzerland. Okay, well, I just name a few. I ain't going to all of them. All right, but let's check it out on the map right quick. See where we at. What we talking about? I don't know how to do all this. All this shit my way. All right, but you see the Netherlands right here, right? Then you see Birmingham, Alabama, right? See London. We got Germany right there. We got Poland and all that. We got Hamburg. We got France down below. Okay, so now I want y'all to peep game about something that a lot of people might not really realize. Let's see. I'm trying to show you. At one point, this right here, all this right here was called the Mediterranean. All right, so we talking about the Mediterranean slave trade, right? We always think we're talking about here in the Mediterranean. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about up here. The North Sea was called the Mediterranean. Now, with that being said, better get to a little more information. So you got the Netherlands right here. So that makes sense. Everybody coming in here, right? And then all this is like Slavic area, Slavic territory. Remember the World War I, World War II, stuff like that happened around Germany. You know what I mean? All this is ran by the Habsburgs. And if I'm not mistaken, it was the Byzantine Empire. Okay. You know, the Ottoman Empire and the Byzantine Empire, they were going at it a lot. It's FYI. Let's see if I can just pull it up right quick for reference. Let's see. This is will give it to us. I forget what map I had pulled it up on to see that though. Oh, they'll show it though. I hit the back on it. Let's see something. I ain't trying to spend too much time on this. I ain't trying to make this no long video. So the main video was about Africa. About African. All these boys running around here talking about the Africans. But anyway, it ain't gonna show that. So yeah, I'm gonna get up out of here. There might be another video. Like I said, I showed y'all what I want to show y'all. The rebellion is the worst of political crimes. Right? It was claimed in Britain by the early Stuarts. And it's also associated with the absolutism of Louis XIV of France. Right? So it's the doctrine that the kings derive their authority from God, right? Nobody, no authority over them. Not from their subjects, right? The subjects didn't give them this power. From which it follows that rebellion is the worst of political crimes. It was claimed in Britain by the early stewards. And it's also associated with the absolutism of Louis XIV. Okay. Let's see what this says right quick about it. All right, absolutism. So it's a divine right of a king, of kings, in European history, a political doctrine in defense of monarchical absolutism, which asserted that kings derived their authority from God and could not therefore be held accountable for their actions by any earthly authority, such as a parliament. Now, understanding that is very interesting because that's what the Bible says. So it's very ironic. Oh, okay, that's right. The pages can read and stuff, I guess. They didn't have a force and all that to hold nobody down. But the Bible says that exact thing, not to bow down to the kings and all that type of stuff and their gods and everything else. Isn't that ironic? Okay. So that means y'all need to watch out about that Lord stuff too. Let's see what else I want to open up. Absolutism. Okay. The acceptance or, right, absolutism. They said it. I think I said, yeah. They say the acceptance or, the acceptance of a belief. Get close. Yeah, I just want to say, much love to the chat right quick. Much love to the chat, man. Much respect, you know what I mean, to all y'all. Keep doing y'all thing out there, you know. There you go. It said the acceptance of, right? The acceptance of or belief, right? Either you accept it or you believe it, right? In absolute principles in political, philosophical, ethical, or theological matters. Understand now? Things that you accept or believe in absolute principles, like unchanging, right? In political, like the laws that we have, of course they're interchangeable, but once you said it, they try to make it set. You know what I'm saying? Philosophical, like getting the meat out of it, not really going for all the fluff around it, the absolute principles of it, the content. Ethical, when it says philosophical, another man thinking it, but ethical, right? So basically like dealing with righteousness and all that type of stuff. Or, it didn't say and for some reason. Yeah, so it's the same thing. Or, theological matters. They're dealing with religion and all this type of stuff. So say you only want the absolute principles out of all these things. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got next. Absolute principles. Let's see what that means right quick. It's smaller. It's a little smaller. Let's see if I can make it a bit bigger though. All right. So it's too big. I'm not really rock with that. All right, let's go. It's a political theory that absolute power should be vested in one or more rulers, right? So absolute principles is what? A political theory, okay? With some not solid, color of law, all that type of stuff, that absolute power should be vested, right? should be put all into one or more rulers. It's a government by an absolute ruler or authority. Despotism, right? Advocacy of a rule by absolute standards or principles. Okay? Like I'm saying, set laws, basically. Set laws. Say an absolute standard or principle. Right? So we pretty much get that. Quick rundown on your on Stuart's. The House of Stuart, originally Stuart, was a royal house of Scotland, England, so they know with the England people too, Ireland, and later Great Britain. The Stuarts were monarchs of Britain and Ireland, and its growing empire until the death of Queen Anne in 1714, except for the period of the Commonwealth between except for the period of the Commonwealth between 1649 and 1660.
Y'all excuse me on that one. As y'all can see, I thought I was sharing the screen, but I ain't sharing the screen on that one. My fault. So just hit me out on that one, y'all. So y'all can pull it up. I think I was looking up absolute power or some shit like that. So yeah, it's just a collaboration of different videos and shit, you know. So yeah, on that one I got caught slipping on that.
That's his article. Let's see. All right, Divine Right of Kings. All right, what's going on, everybody? Y'all already know what it is. You see what the topic is. We're gonna be talking about Liberia. You know what I mean? And how they got everybody thinking that they from Africa. Because this is where it starts at, this Pan-African thing. So let's go ahead and get to it. Liberia. Officially, the Republic of Liberia is a country on the West African coast. It is bordered by Sierra Leone to its northwest, Guinea to its north, Ivory Coast to its east, and the Atlantic Ocean to its southwest. It has a population of around 5 million and covers an area of 111,369 square kilometers, 43,000 square miles. English is the official language, but over 20 indigenous languages are spoken, representing the numerous ethnic groups who make up more than 95% of the population. The country's capital and largest city is Monrovia. All right. Yeah, I should look into Monrovia. That's where all the Slavic people come from and all that. Where a lot of kidnapping and everything. Anyway, Liberia, so Liberia began as a settlement of the American Colonization Society. All right, look that up. Who believed Black people would face better chances for freedom and prosperity in Africa than in the United States, okay? Black people. When they say Black people, we're talking about Europeans, all right? Blacks and Negroes, Europeans, or colored rather. Anyway, it's a who believed Black people would face better chances for freedom and prosperity in Africa and the United States. The country declared its independence on July 26, 1847. The U.S. did not recognize Liberia's independence until February 5th, 1862, during the American Civil War. Okay? During what Civil War? The American Civil War. What they got to do with Liberia, huh? Between January 7th, 1822
In the outbreak of the American Civil War in 1861, more than 15,000 freed and freeborn people of color who faced social and legal oppression in the United States, as well as 3,198 Afro-Caribbeans relocated to the settlement. All right, so say with free people of color, so-called oppressed, enslaved people of color that felt the oppressed in the United States, and the Caribbeans or whatever, the Afro-Caribbeans and all of them, they left and came and went to the colony of Liberia as well. All right, so say the settlers carried their culture and tradition with them, right? What they took with them, their culture and tradition. All right, so if y'all saying that, hey man, the Liberians, we get all that stuff from them, we get all our culture and our traditions from them. No. Everybody left from over here, and everybody took that stuff over there. And it's crazy because it wasn't that long ago. It said the Liberian Constitution and flag was modeled after those of the U.S., right? On January 3rd, 1848. Let you know it's connected. As you can see up here, look just like the United States flag. It said the motto is the love of liberty brought us here. The love of liberty brought us here. Then, they got the little anthem and all that. Okay, let's get back down to where they say the flag was that. Say modeled after, say the Constitution and flag were modeled. Say the Liberian Constitution and flag, right? The Constitution too, and flag was modeled after those of the U.S. on January 3rd, 1848. Joseph Jenkins Roberts, right? Jenkins is probably anyway. Joseph Jenkins Roberts, a wealthy, freeborn African American from Virginia who settled in Liberia, was elected Liberia's first president after the people proclaimed independence. All right, so he was the first president of Liberia, this Joseph Jenkins Roberts guy. All right, it said Liberia was the first Liberia was the first African republic to proclaim its independence, and is Africa's first and oldest modern republic. It retained its independence during the scramble of Africa, right? During World War II, Liberia supported the United States war effort against Germany, and in return, the U.S. invested in considerable infrastructure in Liberia to help its war effort. Okay, so in exchange to help with let them post up in Germany and all that, the United States helped build up the infrastructure and for them helping in the war of Germany. And the sad thing about it is that this war is against the Ottoman empires and all that type of stuff. All the other black people. Anyway, I don't want to get into all that. Y'all, it's just so many sidebars I can hit y'all on. I don't want to make this video too long. I just try to double back on it. All right. So it say during the World War II, Liberia supported the United States war effort against Germany, and in turn, the U.S. invested in considerable infrastructure in Liberia to help its war effort, which also aided the country in modernizing and improving its major air transportation facilities. In addition, President William Tubman, all right, Harriet Tubman, William Tubman, encouraged economic changes. Internationally, Liberia was a founding member of the League of Nations, right? United Nations, and the Organization of African Unity, right? It's Liberia was a founding member. Let's not forget that Liberia is a country for blacks that came from America. All right. It's the Liberian settlers did not relate well to the indigenous peoples they encountered, especially those in communities of the more isolated bush. Okay, the bush people. The colonial settlements were raided by the Crew and Grebo from their inland chieftains. Americo Liberians, right? People from America, they call themselves Americo Liberians, developed as a small elite that held on to political power, a small elite. So that's where you get your boulets and all them from. It says an indigenous tribesmen were excluded from birthright citizenship in their own land until 1904. All right, so it's letting you know the indigenous tribesmen is who the people from America went and infringed on in Liberia and set up their own colony there. The same reenactment of what happened basically over here, right? When it ran that same play in Africa. All right. So it said American Liberians promoted religious organizations to set up missions and schools to educate the indigenous peoples. Do this, man, come on. Does this sound familiar? Does this sound familiar? In 1980, political tensions from the rule of William R. Tolbert resulted in a military coup during which Tolbert was killed, marking the end of Americo-Liberian rule in the country and beginning of years-long political instability. So they went over there and got finessed out of their position. It's 5 years of military rule by the People's Redemption Council and 5 years of civilian rule by the National Democratic Party of Liberia were followed by the First and Second Liberian Civil Wars. So this is what started all the Liberian Civil Wars. So Americans left from over here and started beefing with the indigenous people and all that. And ended up getting finesse and ended up having to fight. These resulted in the deaths of 250,000 people, about 8% of the population, and the displacement of many more, and shrank Liberia's economy by 90%. A peace agreement in 2003 led to democratic elections in 2005. Come on, man, it's like right around the corner. It's in which Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was elected president, making history as the first female president in the continent. Okay. It's a national infrastructure and basic social services were severely affected by the conflicts, as well as by the 2013-2016 outbreak of Ebola virus, with 83% of the population living below the international poverty line as of 2015. That's crazy. So Liberians went over there and started their own little thing. They were doing good before it came out and started deborn them. Then pushed them under the poverty level, got them under everybody else in Africa. That's what it sounds like. All right, the history. It's an updated Acheulean artifacts are abundant across West Africa, attesting to the presence of ancient humans. The emerging chronometric record of the Middle Stone Age, MSA, indicates that core and flake technologies have been present in West Africa since at least the Middle Pleistocene. That's 780 to 126,000 years ago, or Ka. All right. And that they persisted until the terminal Pleistocene Holocene boundary, 12 Ka. The youngest examples of such technology anywhere in Africa. The presence of MSA populations and forests remain. Okay, all that shit ain't got nothing to do with the hell. But yeah, that's the main thing I really wanted to run down for real. But y'all can't keep going on, going into it. We're gonna start letting you know about the Mali Empire, the Saga Empire. You see all that? So start letting you know about early colonization with the British and the Portuguese and all them. You know, so in the United States, there was a movement to settle free people of color, both freeborn and formerly enslaved in Africa. This was because they faced racial discrimination in the form of political disenfranchisement and the denial of civil, religious, and social rights. Formed in 1816, the American Colonization Society was made up of Quakers and slave holders. Well, I'll be down. So all of a sudden, the slave holders gonna be trying to help you. Since when? Y'all got to be kidding me, man. So these folks went over there and left and went and enslaved themselves in a whole nother colony. Running from slavery and ran right into it. It's made up mostly of Quakers and slaveholders. Quakers believed blacks would face better chances for freedom in Africa than in the U.S., while slaveholders opposed freedom for enslaved people. They viewed repatriation of free people of color as a way to avoid slave rebellions. In 1822, the American Colonization Society began sending free black people of color to the Pepper Coast voluntarily to establish a colony. Most were transported on black-owned barquettes. See Mende Barquette, right? It's a black-owned. Mortality from tropical diseases was high. Of the 4,571 immigrants who arrived in Liberia between 1820 and 1843, only 1,819 were alive in 1843. By 1867, the ACS and state-related chapters had assisted in the migration of more than 13,000 people of color from the United States and the Caribbean to Liberia. These free African Americans and their descendants married within their community and came to identify as Americo-Liberians. Many were of mixed race and educated in the American culture. All right. They did not identify with the indigenous natives of the tribes they encountered. They intermarried largely within the colonial community, right? Within the colonial community, developing an ethnic group that had a cultural tradition infused with American notions of political republicanism and Protestant Christianity. And you know what another thing is? A lot of them was mixing together too, and they was coming from all different type of places. You had people come from this place and that place, and they was all on one colony, and they was all doing their thing. Black, white, Chinese. It say the ACS supported by prominent American politicians such as Abraham Lincoln, Henry Clay, and James Monroe, believed repatriation was preferable to having emancipated slaves remain in the United States. So Abraham Lincoln and all these folks had something to do with this. They say similarly, state-based organizations established colonies in Mississippi and Africa. Oh man, hold on. Wait a minute now. It's a similarly based organizations established colonies in Mississippi in Africa, Kentucky in Africa, and the Republic of Maryland. It say which Liberia later annexed. However, Lincoln in 1862 described Liberia as only, in a certain sense, a success, and proposed instead that free people of color be assisted to immigrate to do that say Cherokee? Today part of Panama. They're like Cherokee to me, man. Say Cherokee is a province of Panama located on the western coast. It is the second most developed province in the country. After the Panama province, its capital is the city of David. What? Its capital is the city of David. It has a total area of 6,000. Okay, population of. All right, so that's the city of David. That's interesting right there. All right. They say the Americo-Liberian settlers did not relate well to the indigenous peoples they encountered, especially those in communities of the more isolated bush. The colonial settlements were raided by the Crew and Grebo from their inland chiefdoms. Encounters with tribal Africans in the bush often became violent confrontations. believing themselves different from and culturally and educationally superior to the indigenous people. They drop a free game. How the folks felt when they came over here to the Americas. All right. They say
shout out
the
to the
medical,
chat.
Shout out to the chat. Hope everybody good out there. You know what I'm saying? Developed as an elite minority that held on to political power in a country's effort to emulate the American South. Okay? With a conscious effort to emulate the American South. The medical Liberian settlers adopted clothing such as hoop skirts and tailcoats and excluded natives from economic opportunities, including creating plantations on which natives were forced to work. I'll be damned. Indigenous tribesmen did not enjoy birthright citizenship in their own land until 1904. Medical Liberians encouraged religious organizations to set up missions and schools to educate the indigenous peoples. Man, y'all see how they add a little bit here, a little bit there, all at the same time. So when you go look into this stuff, you probably gonna find all kind of stuff. But peep the game though, right? They had a tailcoat, little jackets, hood, skirts, and all that there. You know how you see them uppity niggas be dressed up like that there with them tail skirts and all that. They're not knowing that they representing the oppressor. Now that we know though. So that mean they was over here doing the same thing. Running inside. They were trying to emulate the South. Emulate the same thing they were doing over inside. They're telling you right now what's going on. And it's all about social isolation. You know, when they say we deal with our own kind, yeah, that don't necessarily mean like real family members, not like that. You know what I mean? They're just saying they're dealing with their own kind of people that y'all know what I'm saying. They click their circle, right? We're gonna do business with our click, our circle, and then we're gonna boom so hard, make everybody else jealous, make them want to be a part of our stuff, want to make them want to assimilate with us, because we're gonna do it so bad. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going on. All right, government. On July 26, 1847, the settlers issued a Declaration of Independence and promulgated a constitution based on the political principles of the United States Constitution. It established the independent Republic of Liberia. The United Kingdom was the first country to recognize Liberia's independence. Who the first country to recognize Liberia's independence? The United Kingdom. So let you know who they down with, okay? The United States did not recognize Liberia until 1862, right? The United States did not recognize them until 1862. The first country was to recognize was the United Kingdom. All right, it say after the southern states, it said after the southern states, which had strong political power in the American government, declared their secession and the formation of the Confederacy. So it say the United States did not recognize Liberia until 1862 after the southern states. You know what I mean? So it's like saying the southern states recognized them first. Hold on, wait a minute now, y'all. So we got a United Kingdom linked up with Liberia, which we know is blacks for sure. And the only people recognized them in the United States was the southern states. And the southern states had formed their own government called the Confederacy. All right. So letting you know they declared their secession and the formation. So they seceded from America and created their own government, which is called the Confederacy. All right. It said the leadership of the new nation consisted largely of the Americo-Liberians, who initially established political and economic dominance in the coastal areas that the ACS had purchased. The ACS, they keep on mentioning that. They maintained relations with that's American Colonization Society. All right, they say they maintain relations with U.S. contracts in developing these areas and the results in trade. Their passage of the 1865 Port of Entry prohibited foreign commerce with the inland tribes. All right, they prohibited foreign commerce with the inland tribes. They hating on the indigenous people, ostensibly to encourage the growth of civilized values. Before such trade was allowed in the region. By 1877, the True Whig Party was the country's most powerful political entity. It was made up primarily of American Indians who maintained social, economic, and political dominance well into the 20th century, repeating patterns of European colonists in other nations in Africa. Competition for office was usually contained within the party. A party nomination virtually ensured election. Pressure from the United Kingdom, which controlled Sierra Leone, right, to the northwest, and France, with its interest in the north and the east, led to a loss of Liberia's claims to extensive territories. Like they wanted to expand the territories, but they couldn't because United Kingdom already had it sold up. They had France sold up and they had Sierra Leone. So that showed you the France connection too, you know. All right. Both Sierra Leone and the Ivory Coast annexed territories. You always hear about the Ivory Coast. Yeah, so y'all see why people from America think they're from Liberia or think they're from Africa type thing. You know, they say Liberia struggled to attract investment to development infrastructure and a larger industrial economy. There was a decline in production of Liberian goods in the late 19th century, and the government struggled financially, resulting in indebtedness on a series of international loans. On July 16, 1892, Martha Ann Erskine Ricks met Queen Victoria at Windsor Castle and presented her a handmade quilt, Liberia's first diplomatic gift. Born into slavery in Tennessee, Rick said, I had heard it often. From the time I was a child, how good the Queen had been to my people, to slaves, and how she wanted us to be free. What? Is there any truth to that? Was the Queen trying to set the slaves free? Queen who? Somebody Elizabeth, or the one who had the colonies? What slaves we talking about? The Slavs? All right. Early 20th century. American and other international interests emphasized resource extraction with rubber production, a major industry in the 20th century. Now we know all the rubber was in America. In 1914, Imperial Germany accounted for 3/4 of the trade of Liberia. Wait a minute. Said 1914, right? Now, remember, did it say that Liberia helped them go to war with Germany? Helped the United States go to war with Germany, the world powers. Remember that? But I guess since they took over, they can do that now. All right, say this was a cause for concern among the British colonial authorities of Sierra Leone and the French colonial authorities of French Guiana and Ivory Coast as tensions with Germany increased. Okay. So they did have a problem with that. All right, First World War. Liberia remained neutral during World War I, okay, until August 4th, 1917, when it declared war on Germany. In 1919, Liberia attended the Versailles Peace Conference. Liberia was one of the founding members of the League of Nations when it was founded in January 1920. Now, I want y'all to understand something. During this same time, from the point of the 1800s, they're talking about the late 1800s, up to the part we're talking about now during the 1900s, they was running havoc on the black people in America as well. Don't forget that. So I guess all these people that ran off and ran to Liberia, it was a lot of people that stayed as well. And so I guess there was a lot of tension going on, and that's when people was getting killed and being murdered, brutalized, and everything else was happening to them. You know, because these were the people of the South and they was running everything. The niggas was running everything. And so, you know, but yeah, it was a whole lot of things going on. That's really what I'm trying to say. You know, there were two sides to this coin. Just got to look into it. And as y'all can see, again, you know, Liberia is one of the founding members of the League of Nations, right? One of the founding members of the League of Nations that became the United Nations, all right, after the League of Nations dissolved. All right, middle 20th century. In 1927, the country's elections again showed the power of the true Whig Party with electoral proceedings that have been called some of the most rigid ever. The winning candidate was declared to have received votes amounting to more than 15 times the number of eligible voters. The loser actually received around 60% of the eligible vote. Okay. They show how they took the vote and all that. See, but y'all get the point though, right? But y'all do get the point. So let's go back to one of these. Let's look at these black folk first. Y'all see these niggas? All right, Charles D.B. It sound like B.B. King. Charles D.B. King, 17th president of Liberia, 1920-1930. He did with his entourage on the steps of the Peace Palace, the Hague of Netherlands. What? Hold on. They say the Hague, the Netherlands, 1927. Come on, y'all. Netherlands. You talking about Germany? You talking about the blacks? So them folk, what they did, went over there and took over Germany. Fought against their own people rather, because Netherlands are people that's of Germanic origin. You might as well say they're Germans, and this is what make Africans. So that's why they call themselves Africans, obviously. But I don't know if they're originally from the Netherlands and all that stuff or not, because a lot of these people, they came from Europe. You know what I mean? They already was over there, and they got ran from Europe to the Americas. And so I guess it went on a certain amount of time in the Americas, and they started getting ran from the Americas all the way, back to Europe, to Africa. And if you think about it, everybody trying to colonize or finish colonizing Africa right now. And they kind of like had a nice part to start that. They had a lot to do with starting that, is what it's looking like. All right, so say Imperial Germany accounted for 3/4 of the trade of Liberia. Let's look up Imperial Germany right quick. That's what that means. So you see the coat of arms, you got that already. Got the little hawk thing. All right, cool. So they ain't really talking about that. Look like. Talking about pressure and all that. Of course, y'all go into it, you're going to find a lot of stuff. But I ain't trying to lean too left on y'all. All right, let me go back. Go back up to the top where I was going. See, now they say this African Americans depart for Liberia, 1896. The ACS sent its last immigrants to Liberia in 1904. Right? 1904 sent its last immigrants. We talking about 1900s. Straight up. Think about how deep this is. Right? They loaded up from where? They loaded up from New York, if I ain't mistaken. So everywhere apart from Liberia, before Liberia. I think they had left from New York. Let's see, they say a thing about this picture right up in here. I don't think they're gonna say nothing about it, but I think they had left from New York though for sure.
I say that about 3 4 times. All right, let me keep going up. All right, let's see. So we're talking about the bush, they're talking about the Crevo. I said that's look like a Cherokee, Mississippi, Africa. You already see how they put a Mississippi and Liberia. Put a Kentucky there. The Kentucky and Africa was a colony settled by free African American slaves in the present day Mostarado County, Liberia. All right, yeah. Republic of Maryland. The Republic of Maryland was a country in West Africa that existed from 1834 to 1857 when it was merged into what is now Liberia. It was merged into Liberia. The area was settled in 1834 by freedom Africa. What? In 1834 by freed African American slaves and freeborn African American, primarily from the U.S. state of Maryland, under the auspices, right, of so on and so forth. But listen, they say from 1834 though, is when they first tried to start doing this shit. To 1857. That's crazy. I didn't even read that. Mississippi in Africa was a colony on the Pepper Coast founded in the 1830s by the Mississippi Colonization Society of the United States and settled by American free people of color, many of them former slaves in the late 1840s, some 300 slaves, okay, so on and so forth. But y'all already see, all this is going to be some good information. But y'all see what's going on right now. You go count with all kinds of stuff. Look dope. He like a mulatto too. He look wrong. He look weird. American attorney statesman who represented Kentucky in both the United States Senate and the House of Representatives. He was the 7th House Speaker as well as the 9th Secretary of State. Okay. All right, let me keep going. Men in Baku, when they were talking about the ships. So these niggas had these kind of ships right here. They said a barque or bark is a type of sailing vessel with 3 or more masts, having the fore and main mast rigged square, and only the mizzen at most rigged fore, okay? But yeah, y'all get the point though. Ooh-wee. That's hell of a goddamn ride there, son. I guarantee it. And that was probably scary as hell. It's a Greek barteres per dies, a term for an Egyptian boat. Okay? That's Egyptian connection right there. All right, that's the term for an Egyptian boat. They say the word bark appears to have some of the Celtic languages. The form adopted by English, perhaps from Irish, was bark, while that adopted by Latin as barca very early, which gave rise to the French barge and barquette. Okay, the barge, you see how they gave the game? They say, it came from the French idea, I guess, where they use now, the bark or barquette. Okay. All right, but the point is, though, they had said blacks had boats like this. Privately owned black boats took some of their ass to Africa. They say in 1800s, the British Royal Navy used the term bark. Okay, British Royal Navy, who was that? The Royal Navy is the United Kingdom's naval warfare force. Although warships were used, okay, they say in the middle decades of 17th century, and through the 18th century, the Royal Navy vied with the Dutch Navy and later with the French Navy for maritime supremacy. From the mid-18th century, it was the world's most powerful navy until the Second World War. The Royal Navy played a key part in establishing the British Empire. Due to its historical prominence, it is common, even among non-Britons, to refer to it as the Royal Navy without qualification. Following World War I, the Royal Navy was significantly reduced in size. Although at the onset of World War II, it was still the world's largest. All right, let's go back. I can get lost into another. American Colonization Society. All right, American Colonization Society, ACS, originally known as the Society of Colonization of Free Colored People of America, was founded in 1816 by Robert Finley to encourage and support the migration of free African Americans to the continent of Africa. See, this is back to Africa organization. This is where that whole push came from this white boy right here, if he's a white boy, named Robert Finley. Finessed them boys and going back to Africa. They go back to Africa. You know? They weren't saying that just to be saying that. They were saying that because there were people really going back to Africa. They were loading up and they were really shooting, going on. Hey, like going on with the rest of you folks. Go back to Africa. Fucking nigger. Right? Robert Finley, to encourage and support the migration of free African Americans to the continent of Africa. Okay, there were several factors that led to the establishment of the American Colonization Society. The number of free people of color grew steadily following the American Revolutionary War, from 60,000 in 1790 to 300,000 by 1830. Be stroking. That's what I be doing. You see, over 40 years, hey, you see how many more people were born? It said, consequently, slave owners grew increasingly concerned that free blacks might encourage or help their slaves to escape or rebel. In addition, most white Americans saw African Americans as racially inferior and felt that amalgamation or integration of African Americans with white American culture was impossible and undesirable. Now, first of all, they said they view African Americans as racially inferior, not physically, right? Not literally, just racially, like statistically, socially, rather, right? See, because they're talking about amalgamation, right, or integration. You see what I'm saying? They're saying in their circle, hey, we're gonna deal with blacks. You know, if y'all do come in our circle, y'all gonna be at the bottom according to what we believe in, to keep our thing pure. And we know, in the secret, right? It said of African Americans with white American culture. See, they're like, hey, we got our own white culture over here. We don't want no blacks involved in our own culture. Hey, do y'all thing, do y'all culture, right? It said this reinforced the notion that African Americans should be relocated to somewhere they could live free of prejudice, where they could be citizens. The African American community and abolitionist movement overwhelmingly opposed the project. In most cases, African American families had lived in the United States for generations, and their prevailing sentiment was that they were no more African than white Americans were European. It's a contrary to stated claims that immigration was voluntary. Many African Americans, both free and enslaved, were pressured into immigrating.
Filmway TV in the building. What's happening, MO?
Manumit their slaves on condition that the freedmen leave the country immediately. According to historian Mark Leipson, colonization proved to be a giant failure, doing nothing to stem the forces that brought the nation to civil war. Between 1821 and 1847, only a few thousand African Americans out of the then millions in the U.S. immigrated to what would become Liberia. Close to half of them died from tropical diseases. In addition, the transportation of the immigrants to
the African continent, including the provisioning of requisite tools and supplies, proved very expensive. Starting in the 1830s, the society was met with great hostility from white abolitionists, led by Jared Smith, who had supported the society financially, and I guess whatever that means, WM, Lloyd Garrison, author of Thoughts of African Colonization, 1832, in which he proclaimed the society a fraud. According to Garrison and his many followers, the society was not a solution to the problem of of American slavery. It actually was helping and was intended to help to preserve it. Growth of slavery in the South. All right, it say after the invention of the cotton gin in the 1790s, the growth and export of cotton became a great profitable business. Central to the business was the setting up of plantations staffed by enslaved laborers. Due to the increased demand, imports of African slaves grew until legal importation was barred in 1808, after which time Maryland and Virginia openly bred slaves, producing children for sale, right? Children for sale, South. See, now they calling this Virginia the South, right? Understand that. It's not the whole side. I'm talking about Virginia. All of the colonies, wherever they was at, that was considered the little South. All right. It's through brokers such as Franklin and Ornfield to plantation owners. Say this resulted in the forcible relocation of about 1 million enslaved people to the deep South. The Africans and African Americans became well established and had children, and the total number of the enslaved reached 4 million by the mid 19th century. All right, I think that's enough of that. You know what I mean? But y'all see what's going on, you know. Yeah, for the most part, y'all get it. All right, what's going on, y'all? Y'all already know we about to do it once again. WSU Secret University in full effect. And today, we're about to go over the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. All right. So y'all see what it is. It's from the UN, United Nations. This is basically written in stone, so to speak, right? It says resolution adopted by the General Assembly on the 13th of September 2007 without reference to a main committee. 861 L7 add one, something like that, without reference, right? It says 61 295 United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, the General Assembly, taking note of the recommendation of the Human Rights Council contained in its resolution half of 29th June 2006, by which the Council adopted the text of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, recalling its resolution 61 of 178 of the 20th of December 2006, by which it decided to defer consideration of an action on the declaration to allow time for further consultation thereon, and also decided to conclude its consideration before the end of the 61st session of the General Assembly. All right, so it says see official record, all that, General Assembly 61st, okay. Now it said adopts what? Adopts the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as contained in the annex to the present resolution. Okay. It's a 107th plenary meeting, 13th September 2007. Annex, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, the General Assembly, guided by the purpose and principles of the Charter of the United States. Of the United Nations. and good faith in the fulfillment of the obligations assumed by states in accordance with the Charter, affirming that indigenous peoples are equal to all other peoples while recognizing the right of all peoples to be different, to consider themselves different, and to be respected as such, affirming also that all peoples contribute to the diversity and richness of civilizations and culture, which constitute the common heritage of humankind. All right, that's the common heritage of humankind. It's basically to be able to do your own thing. All right, it's affirming further that all doctrines, policies, and practices based on or advocating superiority of peoples or individuals on the basis of national origin or racial, religious, ethnic, or cultural differences are racist, scientifically false, legally invalid, morally condemnable, and socially unjust. Reaffirming that indigenous peoples, in the exercise of their rights, should be free from discrimination of any kind. Concerned that indigenous peoples have suffered from historic injustices as a result of inter alia, their colonization and dispossession of their lands, territories, and resources, thus preventing them from exercising, in particular, their right to development in accordance with their own needs and interests. Recognizing the urgent need to respect and promote the inherent rights of indigenous peoples, which derive from their political, economic, and social structures, and from their cultures, spiritual traditions, histories, and philosophies, especially their rights to their lands, territories, and resources. Recognizing also the urgent need to respect and promote the rights of indigenous peoples affirmed in treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements with states. Okay? Welcoming the fact that indigenous peoples are organizing themselves for political, economic, social, and cultural enhancement, and in order to bring to an end all forms of discrimination and oppression wherever they occur. Convinced that control by indigenous peoples over developments affecting them and their lands, territories, and resources will enable them to maintain and strengthen their institutions, cultures, and traditions, and to promote their development in accordance with their aspirations and needs. Recognizing that respect for indigenous knowledge, cultures, and traditional practices contributes to sustainable and equitable development and proper management of the environment, emphasizing the contribution of the demilitarization, how you say that right there, that said demilitarization of the lands and territories of indigenous peoples to peace, economic, and social progress and development, understanding and friendly. Say understanding and friendly relations among nations and peoples of the world. Recognizing in particular the right of indigenous families and communities to retain shared responsibility for the upbringing, training, education, and well-being of their children, consistent with the rights of the child. Considering that the rights affirmed in treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements between states and indigenous peoples are, in some situations, matters of international concern, interest, responsibility, and character. Considering also that treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements and the relationship they represent are the basis for a strengthened partnership between indigenous peoples and states, acknowledging that the Charter of the United Nations, the International Covenant of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, right? The International Covenant, that's the covenant, right? On economic, social, and cultural rights, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, okay? As well as Vienna Declaration and Programming of Action, affirm the fundamental importance of the right of self-determination of all peoples. So everything they just mentioned is dealing with self-determination. All right. They say by virtue of which they freely determine, right? By virtue of which they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. Okay, political status allows you to freely pursue economic, social, and cultural development, right? Bearing in mind that nothing in this declaration may be used to deny any peoples their right to self-determination, exercised in conformity with international law. Okay, international law, in conformity to that. Convinced that the recognition of the rights of indigenous peoples in this declaration will enhance harmonious and cooperative relations between the state and indigenous peoples based on principles of of justice, democracy, respect for human rights, non-discrimination, and good faith, encouraging states to comply encouraging states to comply with and effectively implement all their obligations as they apply to indigenous people under international instruments. Okay? In particular, those related to human rights in consultation and corroboration with the peoples concerned, emphasizing that the United Nations has an important role emphasizing that the United Nations has an important and continuing role to play in promoting and protecting the rights of indigenous people. Who's supposed to promote and protect the United Nations? That's the arm, I guess, for people. All right, believing that this declaration is a further important step forward. Let me read that again. It said believing that this declaration is a further important step forward for the recognition, promotion, and protection of the rights and freedoms of indigenous peoples, and in the development of relevant activities of the United Nations system in this field, recognizing and reaffirming that indigenous individuals are entitled without discrimination to all human rights recognized in international law, and that indigenous peoples possess collective rights which are indispensable for their existence, well-being, and integral development as peoples. Recognizing that the situation of indigenous peoples varies from region to region and from country to country, and that the significance of national and regional particularities and various historical and cultural backgrounds should be taken into consideration. Solemnly, my bad, y'all. Hold on. My bad. That had a little technical difficulties. Go back to where I was at. Sorry for the tech difficulties right there. You don't bite down to where I was at. I remember where I was at. I think I was on page 6. All right. I think I read Barron, convinced. All right. So I think I was on 6, the last one I was on. Convinced. Convinced that the recognition of the rights of indigenous people in the Declaration will enhance harmonious and cooperative relations between the state and indigenous peoples based on principles of justice, democracy, respect for human rights and non-discrimination and good faith. All right, encouraging states to comply and effectively implement all the obligations as they apply to indigenous peoples under international instruments. I remember reading that. In particular, those related to human rights in consultation and cooperation with the indigenous, with the peoples concerned, emphasizing that the United States, I keep saying United States, emphasizing that the United Nations has an important and continuing role to play in promoting and protecting the rights of indigenous peoples. Believing that this declaration is a further important step for the recognition and promotion and protection of the rights of freedom, indigenous peoples, and in the development of relevant activities of the United Nations system in this field. Recognizing and reaffirming, I think I read it already, this is where I was at, is solemnly proclaims the following United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a standard of achievement to be pursued in the spirit of partnership and mutual respect. In the spirit of partnership and mutual respect. Article 1. Indigenous peoples have the right to the full enjoyment as a collective or as individuals of all human rights and fundamental freedoms as recognized in the Charter of the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and international human rights law. All right. Say Article 2, indigenous peoples and individuals are free and equal to all other people and individuals and have the right to be free from any kind of discrimination in the exercise of their rights. Okay? So when you're exercising your rights, you can't be discriminated against. In particular, that based they say in particular that based on their indigenous origin or identity. All right? Based on their indigenous origin or identity. I want y'all to hear me good. For real, man, because this thing about to get serious, about to get deep. All right, it say indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination. All right, by virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. Article 4, indigenous peoples in exercising their right to self-determination have the right to autonomy or self-government in matters relating to their internal and local affairs, as well as ways and means for financing their autonomous functions. Okay. Article 5, indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinct political, legal, economic, social, and cultural institutions while retaining their right to participate fully, if they so choose, in the political, economic, social, and cultural life of the state. Every indigenous individual has the right to a nationality. Article 7, indigenous individuals have the rights to life, physical and mental integrity, liberty, and security of persons. Of person. Indigenous peoples have the collective right to live in freedom, peace, and security as distinct peoples and shall not be subjected to any act of genocide or any other act of violence, including forcibly removing children of the group to any other group. Okay? So y'all don't have to, you feel like, hey, taking these shots, now that stuff might kill you and all that there, you don't have to subject yourself to no genocides. That stuff that you know ain't right. You ain't got to do that. Article 8, indigenous peoples and individuals have the right not to be subjected to forced assimilation or destruction of their culture. Okay? You have the right to not assimilate with the system. You know what I'm saying? All right, you don't have to be subjected to it. All right, say states shall provide effective mechanisms for prevention of and redress for any action which has the aim or effect of depriving them of their integrity as distinct peoples, okay, or of their cultural values or ethnic identities. Understand what you say now, right? It say that the state or whoever's supposed to protect them, protect the indigenous people, right? And that's what it said. It says states shall provide effective mechanisms for prevention of and redress for any action which has the aim or effect of depriving them of their integrity as distinct peoples, okay? People set apart, or of their cultural values or ethnic identities. Any action which has the aim or effect of dispossessing them of their lands, territories, or resources, right? Any form of forced population transfer which has the aim or effect of violating or undermining any of their rights, any form of forced assimilation or integration, any form, right, for forced assimilation or integration, so you got to do it with permission, any form of propaganda designed to promote or incite racial or ethnic discrimination directed against them. That's another big one, right? It's any form of propaganda designed to promote or incite racial or ethnic discrimination directed against them. Article 9, indigenous peoples and individuals have the right to belong to an indigenous community or nation. Okay? It's in accordance with the traditions and customs of the community or nation concerned. No discrimination of any kind may arise from the exercise of such a right. Article 10, indigenous peoples shall not be forcibly removed from their lands or territories. No relocation shall take place without the free, prior, and informed consent of the indigenous peoples concerned, and after agreement on just and fair compensation, and where possible, with the option of return. All right. Article 11. Indigenous peoples have the right to practice and revitalize their cultural traditions and customs. They have the right to revitalize them, right? Make them new again, bring them back to life, right? Their practice and cultural, they had the right to practice, right, and revitalize it, right? Their cultural traditions and customs. These include the right to maintain, protect, and develop the past, present, and future manifestations of their cultures. Man, they're making it simple and plain, such as archaeological, how you say that, and historical sites. Excuse me. Artifacts, designs, ceremonies, technologies, and visual and performing arts and literature. Hold on. So these are the things that you can develop too. It says such as archaeological and historical sites, artifacts, designs, ceremonies, technologies, and visual and performing arts and literature. So develop all that, right? Present, past, future, whatever. It says states shall provide redress from effective mechanisms, which may include restitution, developed in conjunction with indigenous peoples with respect to their cultural, intellectual, religious, and spiritual property taken without their free, prior, and informed consent, or in violation of their laws, traditions, and customs. Article 12. Indigenous peoples have the right to manifest, practice, develop, and teach their spiritual and religious traditions, customs, and ceremonies. Right? It said indigenous peoples have the right to manifest, practice, develop, and teach their spiritual and religious traditions, customs, and ceremonies. The right to maintain, protect, and have access and privacy to their religious and cultural sites. The right to use and control of their ceremonial objects, and the right to repatriation of their human remains. States shall seek to enable the access and or repatriation of ceremonial objects and human remains in their possession through fair, transparent, and effective mechanisms developed in conjunction with indigenous peoples concerned. Article 13. Indigenous peoples have the right to revitalize, use, develop, and transmit to future generations their histories, languages, or traditions, philosophies, writing systems, and literatures, and to designate and retain their own names for communities, places, and persons. States shall, shall take effective measures to ensure that this is protected and also to ensure that indigenous peoples can understand and be understood in political, legal, and administrative proceedings. Oh, wait a minute, right? Where necessary through the provision of interpretation or by other appropriate means. So you're supposed to be able to have an interpreter in the court or wherever when you're dealing with these folks, so you know what's going on. All right, Article 14. Indigenous peoples have the right to establish and control their educational systems and institutions, providing education to their own languages, in their own languages, in a manner appropriate to their cultural methods of teaching and learning. Y'all know all these kids be learning this proper English or whatever, and we don't really speak like that. We got our own little tongue. So then you know you can have your own schools and everything to teach the way you teach, that to teach the way we learn. It's that indigenous peoples, particularly children, have the right to all levels and forms of education of the state without discrimination. States shall, in conjunction with indigenous peoples, take effective measures in order for indigenous individuals, particularly children, including those living outside their communities, to have access, when possible, to an education in their own culture and provided in their own language. Article 15. Indigenous peoples have the right to dignity and diversity of their cultures, traditions, histories, and aspirations, which shall be appropriately reflected in education and public information. States shall take effective measures in consultation and cooperation with the indigenous peoples concerned to combat prejudice and eliminate discrimination and to promote tolerance, understanding, and good relations among indigenous peoples and all other segments of society. So letting them know, hey, we got to start standing on what we stand for, so they start understanding what we stand for and what we all about. Let them know, hey, sorry, but we'll need your help, type thing. Say Article 16, indigenous peoples have the right to establish their own media in their own languages and to have access to all forms of non-indigenous media without discrimination. States shall take effective measures to ensure that state-owned media duly reflect indigenous cultural diversity. States, without prejudice to ensuring full freedom of expression, should encourage privately owned media to adequately reflect indigenous cultural diversity. Article 17. Indigenous individuals and peoples have the right to enjoy fully all rights established under applicable international and domestic labor law. States shall, in consultation and cooperation with the indigenous peoples, take specific measures to protect indigenous children from economic exploitation and from performing any work that is likely to be hazardous or to interfere with the child's education or to be harmful to the child's health or physical, mental, spiritual, moral, or social development, taking into account their special vulnerability and the importance of education for their empowerment. These people doing everything the opposite. And we act like we don't know that we ain't got to put up with it. All right, it say indigenous individuals have the right not to be subjected to any discriminatory conditions of labor and inter alia, employment, or salary. Article 18, indigenous peoples have the right to participate in decision making in matters which could affect their rights through representatives chosen by themselves, right? Through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own procedures, as well as to maintain and develop their own indigenous decision-making institutions. Okay? Got to develop your own decision-making institutions. Article 19 states, like the Congress and all that type of stuff. All right, Article 19 states that consult and corroborate in good faith with the indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. See, but you don't have nothing set up to where they can go talk to somebody that's representing each indigenous group as a whole or whatever. You know what I mean? And you just kind of like, you know what? That's where the Confederation of the five civilized tribes came in at. They like the mediator, the Air Force Confederation. They was like the people that the states went and dealt with when they were trying to implement stuff. That's what it sounded like to me. All right, Article 20. Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and develop their political, economic, and social systems or institutions to be secure in the enjoyment of their own means of subsistence and development, and to engage freely in all their traditional and other economic activities. Indigenous peoples deprived of their means of subsistence and development are entitled to just and fair redress. Okay, Article 21. Indigenous peoples have the right, without discrimination, to the improvement of their economic and social conditions, including inter alia, they use that a lot, in the areas of education, employment, vocational training, and retraining, housing, sanitation, health, and social security. Hmm. States states shall take effective measures and, where appropriate, special measures to ensure continuing education. And shoot, I'm talking about education, continuing improvement of their economic and social conditions. Let me read that again, y'all. I don't know where the hell I got education from. It says states shall take effective measures and, where appropriate, special measures to ensure continuing improvement of their economic and social conditions. Particular attention shall be paid to the rights and special needs of indigenous elders, women, youth, children, and persons and with disabilities. Say indigenous elders, women, youth, children, and persons with disabilities. Article 22. Particular attention shall be paid to the rights and special needs of indigenous elders, women, youth, children, and persons with disabilities in the implementation of this declaration. Okay, like what we're gonna do to make sure they're straight. It says states shall take measures in conjunction with the indigenous peoples, to ensure that indigenous women and children enjoy the full protection and guarantees against all forms of violence and discrimination. Article 23. But they killing kids left and right, right? All right. Indigenous peoples have the right to determine and develop priorities and strategies for exercising their right to development. In particular, indigenous peoples have the right to be actively involved in developing and determining health, wealth too, health, housing, and economic and social programs affecting them, and as far as possible, to administer such programs through their own institutions. Article 24. Indigenous peoples have the right to their traditional medicines and to maintain their health practices, right? It say we had a right to traditional medicines and to maintain their health practices, including the conservation of their vital medicinal plants, including the conservation of their vital medicinal plants, animals, and minerals. Indigenous individuals also have the right to access without any discrimination to all social and health services. Indigenous individuals have an equal right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. States shall take the necessary steps with a view to achieving progressively the full realization of this right. Article 25. Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinctive spiritual relationship with their traditionally owned or otherwise occupied and used lands, territories, waters, and coastal seas, and other resources, and to uphold their responsibilities to future generations in this regard. Article 26. Indigenous peoples have the right to the lands, territories, and resources which they have traditionally owned, occupied, or otherwise used or acquired. Indigenous peoples have the right to their own use, development, and control the lands, territories, and resources that they possess by reason of traditional ownership or other traditional occupation or use, as well as those which they have otherwise acquired. States shall give legal recognition and protection to these lands, territories, and resources. Such recognition shall be conducted with due respect to the customs, traditions, and land tenure systems of the indigenous peoples concerned. Article 27. States shall establish and implement, in conjunction with indigenous peoples concerned, a fair, independent, impartial, open, and transparent process, giving due recognition to indigenous peoples' laws, traditions, right? Indigenous peoples' laws, traditions, customs, and land tenure systems, to recognize and adjudicate the rights of indigenous peoples pertaining to their lands, territories, and resources, including those which were traditionally owned or otherwise occupied or used. Indigenous peoples shall have the right to participate in this process. Article 28. Indigenous peoples have the right to redress by means that can include restitution or, when there is not possible, just, fair, and equitable compensation for the lands, territories, and resources which they traditionally owned or otherwise occupied or used, and which have been confiscated, taken, occupied, right? Confiscated, taken, occupied, occupied, used, or damaged without their free, prior, informed consent. Unless otherwise freely agreed upon by the peoples concerned, compensation shall take the form of lands, territories, and resources equal in quality, size, and legal status or of monetary compensation of other appropriate redress. Right? Say, okay, you can't give it the land we had back. You got to give it back in other forms of land, territories, and resources equal in quality, size, and legal status, or of monetary compensation, or other appropriate redress, right? And saying, I don't know where you got to get it from, but you're going to have to get it out of somewhere. That's basically what they're trying to say. All right, Article 29. Indigenous peoples have the right to conservation and protection of the environment and the productive capacity of their lands or territories and resources. Right? You got to be able to produce on your own land. You can produce on your own land. I say states shall establish and implement assistance programs for indigenous peoples for such conservation and protection without discrimination. So they got assistance programs for all this stuff that they owe us, the indigenous peoples, to get us. It's their job to get us back on our feet. Is basically what they're trying to say, because they already know they robbed and pillaged the indigenous people. It says states shall take effective measures to ensure that no storage or disposal of hazardous materials should take place in the lands of territories of indigenous peoples without their free, prior, and informed consent. States shall also take effective measures to ensure, as needed, that programs for monitoring, maintaining, and restoring the health of indigenous peoples as developed and implemented by the peoples affected by such materials are duly implemented. Article 30. Military activities shall not take place in the lands or territories of indigenous peoples unless justified by a relevant public interest or otherwise freely agreed with or requested by the indigenous peoples concerned. States shall undertake effective consultation with the indigenous peoples concerned through appropriate procedures and in particular through their representative institutions prior to using their lands or territories for military activities. Article 31. Indigenous peoples had a right to maintain, control, protect, and develop their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expressions, as well as the manifestations of their sciences, technologies, and cultures, including human and genetic resources, seeds, medicines, knowledge of the properties of fauna and flora, oral traditions, literatures, designs, sports, and traditional games, and visual and performing arts. They also have the right to maintain, control, protect, and develop their intellectual property over such cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expressions. In conjunction with indigenous peoples, states shall take effective measures to recognize and protect the exercise of these rights. Article 32. Indigenous peoples had the right to determine and develop priorities and strategies for the development of use of their lands or territories and other resources. States shall consult and corroborate in good faith with the indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free and informed consent prior to the approval of any project affecting their lands or territories and other resources, particularly in connection with the development, utilization, or exploitation of mineral, water, or other resources. States shall provide effective mechanisms for just and fair redress for any such activities, and appropriate measures appropriate measures shall be taken to mitigate adverse environmental, economic, social, cultural, or spiritual impact. Article 33. Indigenous peoples had a right to determine their own identity or membership in accordance with their customs and traditions. This does not impair the right of indigenous peoples to obtain citizenship of the states in which they live. Indigenous peoples have the right to determine the structures and to select the membership of their institutions in accordance with their own procedures. Article 34. Indigenous peoples have the right to promote, develop, and maintain their institutional structures and their distinctive customs, spiritually, traditions, say distinctive customs, spiritually, sorry. Spirituality, my bad, John. It said distinctive customs, spirituality, traditions, procedures, practices, and in cases where they exist, judicial systems or customs, right? Juridical systems, or customs in accordance with the international human rights standards. Okay. So you can set up your own legal system according to the international human rights standards. That's what it's all based on. All right. So it's the indigenous peoples have the right to determine the responsibilities of responsibilities of say the indigenous peoples have the right to determine the responsibilities of individuals to their communities. They have the right to determine responsibilities, right, of individuals in their communities. They the ones tell people in the community what they can do, what they can't do. It says indigenous peoples in particular, Article 36, indigenous peoples in particular, those divided by international borders, had a right to maintain and develop contacts, relations, and cooperation, including activities for spiritual, cultural, political, economic, and social purposes with their own members as well as other peoples across borders. States, in consultation and cooperation with indigenous peoples, right? In consultation and cooperation with indigenous peoples, shall take effective measures to facilitate the exercise and ensure the implementation of this right. Okay. Article 37. Indigenous peoples have the right to the recognition, observance, and enforcement of treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements concluded with states or their successors, and to have states honor and respect such treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. Nothing in this declaration may be interpreted as diminishing or eliminating the rights of indigenous peoples contained in treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. Article 38. States in consultation and cooperation with indigenous peoples shall take the appropriate measures, including legislative measures, to achieve the ends of this declaration. Okay? Article 39, indigenous peoples have the right to have access to financial and technical assistance from states and through international cooperation for the enjoyment of the rights contained in this article. Article 40, indigenous peoples have the right to access to, it says, had the right to, it says, indigenous peoples have the right to access to and promote decision through just and fair procedures for the resolution of conflicts and disputes with states or other parties, as well as effective remedies for all infringements of their individual and collective rights. Such a decision shall give due consideration to the customs, traditions, rules, and legal systems of the indigenous peoples concerned and international human rights. Article 41. The organs and specialized agencies of the United Nations systems and other intergovernmental organizations shall contribute to the full realization of the provisions of this declaration through the mobilization, inter alia, or financial cooperation and technical assistance. Ways and means of ensuring participation of indigenous peoples on issues affecting them shall be established. Article 42. The United Nations, its bodies, including the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and specialized agencies, including at the country level, and states shall promote respect for and full application of the provisions of this declaration and follow up the effectiveness of this declaration. Okay. They say the rights, right? Article 43, the rights recognized herein constitute the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of the indigenous peoples of the world. Article 44, all the rights and freedoms recognized herein are equally guaranteed to male and female indigenous individuals. Article 45, nothing in this declaration may be construed as diminishing or extinguishing the rights indigenous peoples have now or may acquire in the future. Article 46, nothing in this declaration may be interpreted as implying for any state, people, group, or person any right to engage in any activity or to perform any act contrary to the Charter of the United Nations or construed as authorizing or encouraging any action which would dismember or impair, totally or in part, the territorial integrity or political unity of sovereign and independent states. In the exercise of the rights enunciated in the present declaration, human rights and fundamental freedoms of all
shall be respected. The exercise of the rights set forth in this declaration shall be subject only to such limitations as are determined by law and in accordance with international human rights obligations. Any such limitations shall be non-discriminatory and strictly necessary solely for the purpose of securing due recognition and respect for the rights and freedoms of others, and for meeting the just and most compelling requirements of a democratic society. The provisions set forth in this declaration shall be interpreted in accordance with the principles of justice, democracy, respect for human rights, equality, non-discrimination, good governance, and good faith. Okay? And that is the end. All right, so y'all go back and look through that and peep game about what's going on when it comes to your freedom and your rights according to international law and human rights according to the UN. All right, peace. Have a good one.
Wow. All right, man, let's do it. White slavery. White slavery, also white slave trade or white slave trafficking, refers to the chattel slavery of Europeans, whether by non-Europeans such as West Asians and North Africans, or by other Europeans, for example, naval galley slaves or the Vikings, thralls. Slaves of European origin were present in ancient Rome and the Ottoman Empire. Many different types of white people were enslaved on the European continent under feudalism, right? Under feudalism. There were various forms of status applying to people, such as serf, border, villein, vagabond, and slave, who were indentured or forced to labor without pay. Under Muslim rule, the Arab trades that included Caucasian captives were often fueled by raids into European territories or were taken as children in the form of blood tax from the families of citizens of conquered territories to serve the empire for a variety of functions. In the mid-19th century, the term white slavery was used to describe Christian slaves who were sold into barbarian slave trade. The modern legal term applies more narrowly to sexual slavery, forced prostitution, and human trafficking, with less focus on the race of victims or perpetrators, right? It's the modern legal term, right, applies to more narrowly. Now, you know, it's a broader aspect of it, okay? History. The phrase white slavery was used by Charles Sumner in 1847 to describe the chattel slavery of Christians throughout the barbarian states and primarily in Algiers, okay? The capital of the Ottoman, Algeria. It also encompassed many forms of slavery, including the European concubines, carrying, often found in Turkish harems. All right, that sounds like carry. So the carries of the world, they're talking about the concubines, the European concubines, white European concubines. The term was also used by Clifford G. Rowe from the beginning of the 20th century to the campaign against the forced prostitution and sexual slavery of girls who worked at Chicago brothels. Similarly, countries of Europe signed in Paris in 1904 an international agreement for the suppression of white slave traffic aimed at combating the sale of women who were forced into prostitution in the countries of continental Europe. Understand that now, 1904. Continental Europe, continental United States, all right? Slavic slaves, white slaves, Slavics. Slaves, the word slave comes from the word Slav, all right? The Volga trade route was established by Varangians or Vikings who settled in northwestern Russia, okay? Russia. in the early 9th century. And say about 10 kilometers, 6 miles south of Volkhov River entry into Lake Ladoga, sound like Dogon tribe. They established a settlement called Ladoga, Old Norse, Adiajabrod, and connected Northern Europe and Northwestern Europe with the Caspian Sea via the Volga River. The Rus used this route to trade with the Muslim countries on the southern shores of the Caspian Sea, sometimes penetrating as far as to Baghdad. The route functioned concurrently with the Dnieper route, better known as the trade route from the Varangians to Greeks, and lost its importance in the 11th century. Saquilaba originally was used to denote Slavic people. Key, Saquilaba, Slavic people. However, later it became to denote all European slaves in some Muslim regions, like Spain, including those abducted from raids on Christian kingdoms of Spain. Okay, the Franks started buying slaves from the Slavs, so the Slavs were selling themselves, and Avar Kanganate, while Muslims also came across slaves in the form of mercenaries serving the Byzantine Empire and settlers, in addition to among the Khazars. Okay, so the Khazars, Slavics, slaves, white slaves. Most Slavic slaves were imported to the Muslim world through the border between Christian and Islamic kingdoms, where castration centuries were also located instead of the direct route. From there, they were sent into Islamic Spain and other Muslim-ruled regions, especially North Africa. The Saquiliba gained popularity in Umayyad Spain, especially as warriors. Often, the collapse of the Umayyads. They also came to rule over many of the Taifas. With the conversion of the Eastern Europe, the trade declined, and there isn't much textual information on Saquilaba after the 11th century. Right. Saquilaba, the Slavic people, slaves, a lot of them was missionaries and stuff like that too. So they were shipped to different places, being able to do different things, coming to be different people, but under servitude for different purposes. Central Europe was the most favored destination for importation of slaves along Central Asia and Bilad at Sudan, right? So Central Europe was the most favored destination, okay? That's like the Algiers. They say those slaves from Northwestern Europe were also valued, right? Those slaves from Northwestern Europe were also valued, okay? This slave trade was controlled mostly by European slave traders. France and Venice were the routes used to send Slavic slaves to Muslim lands, and Prague served as the major century for castration of Slavic captives. The Emirate of Barbary also served as an important port for this trade. Due to the Byzantine Empire and Venice blocking Arab merchants from European ports, they later started importing slaves from the Caucasus and Caspian Sea. The Saquiliba were also imported as eunuchs and concubines to Muslim states. The slavery of eunuchs in the Muslim world, however, was expensive, and they thus were given as gifts by rulers. The Saquiliba eunuchs were prominent at the court of Alabids or something like that, Alabids, and later Fatimids, who imported them from Spain. The Fatimids also used other Saquiliba slaves for military purposes, okay? Crimean Khanate. They say in the time of the Crimean Khanate, Crimeans engaged in frequent raids into the Danubian principalities, Poland, Lithuania, and Muscovy. For each captive, the Khan people received a fixed share, salvaga, of 10% or 20%. And commission, agent tax, you know what I mean?
The campaigns by Crimean forces categorized into ciphers, declared military operations led by the khans themselves and kopus, raids undertaken by groups of noblemen, right? Who was raiding? The noblemen were. Sometimes illegally because they contravened treaties concluded by khans with neighboring rulers for a long time until the early 18th century. The Khanate maintained a massive slave trade with the Ottoman Empire and Middle East. Kaffa was one of the best known and significant trading ports and slave markets. Crimean Tatar raiders enslaved between 1 and 2 million slaves from Russia and Poland, Lithuania, over the period of 1500 to 1700, right? 1500, 1700. That's why the slaves coming from Russia and all them places. It's a Kaffa city in Crimean Peninsula was one of the best known and significant trading ports and slave markets. In 1769, a last major Tatar raid resulted in capture of 20,000 Russian and Ruthenian slaves. Barbarian slave trade, right? Barbarian slave trade. Slave markets flourished on the Barbarian coast of North Africa in what is not modern day Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Western Libya, not Eastern Libya, right? Between the 15th and middle of the 19th century. These markets prospered while the states were nominally under Ottoman suzerainty, though in reality they were mostly autonomous. The North African slave markets traded in European slaves, which were acquired by Barbary pirates in slave raids on ships and by raids on coastal towns from Italy to Spain, Portugal, France, England, and the Netherlands, right? Or say they say the Netherlands, my bad, say the Netherlands, and as far as the Turkish abductions in Iceland. Okay, so it's Netherlands and Iceland. Men, women, and children were captured, it say men, women, and children were captured to such a devastating extent that vast numbers of seacoast towns were abandoned. Okay, vast numbers of coast towns were abandoned because they knew these folks coming, so they went inward. That sounds like the United States. I think that's how they got their foothold on a lot of the United States. Why a lot of the coastal United States had all these European streets names and all that type of stuff. Yeah, I think that's why, especially from where I'm from. All right, according to Robert Davis, between 1 million and 1.25 million Europeans were captured by barbarian pirates and sold as slaves in North Africa and Ottoman Empire between the 15th and 19th centuries. However, due to extra polite numbers, Davis assumes the number of European slaves captured by barbarian pirates was constant for a 250-year period, right? Stated. That's 250 years, that's a long time. There are no records of how many men, women, and children were enslaved, but it is possible to calculate roughly the number of fresh captives that would have been needed to keep population steady and replace those slaves who died, escaped, were ransomed, or converted to Islam. On this basis, it is thought that around 8,500 new slaves were needed annually to replenish numbers. About 850,000 captives over the century from 1580 to 1680, right? By extension, for the 250 year between 1530 and 1780, the figure could easily have been as high as 1,250,000. All right, Davis's numbers have been challenged by other historians, such as David Early, who cautions that the true picture of European slaves is clouded by the fact the corsairs also seized non-European whites from Eastern Europe and black people from West Africa. Right, trying to slide the black people on in there and all that. The black people want to enslave them. Yeah, you might be right for here and there, but no, these like no man. Listen, what y'all see talking about though? The main idea though, they were slaves. Okay, all right. So talk about the book and all that stuff. It say it is worth noting the fluctuation. Yeah, okay, that's all the opinionated shit. So we get to the nitty gritty of this shit. We know for sure. My bad for the profanity. We already know for sure they was enslaved, though. That's the main idea we trying to see. They say such observations across the late 1500s, early 1600s,
observers, right, account for around 35,000 European Christian slaves held throughout this period on the Barbarian coast across Tripoli and Tunis, but mostly Igers. The majority were sailors, particularly those who were English, taken from with their ships, but others were fishermen and coastal villagers. However, most of these captives were people from lands close to Africa, particularly Spain and Italy. Okay, so now we talk about the Afrikaners. That's what we talk about, the white folk, the Dutch descent, all that stuff, Netherlands. Okay, listen. They say their bases on the Barbarian coast of North Africa. The Barbarian pirates raided ships traveling through my bad. I had my phone rang up. I don't know that. But anyway, it's Africa, particularly Spain and Italy. It's I lost my place, y'all. My fault. They say from bases on the Barbarian coast of North Africa, the Barbarian pirates raided ships through the Mediterranean, later along the northern and western coast of Africa. They say plundering their cargo and enslaving the people they captured. All right. From at least 1500, the pirates also conducted raids along seaside towns of Italy, Spain, France, England, the Netherlands, and as far as West Iceland, capturing men, women, and children. On some occasions, settlements such as Baltimore Island were abandoned following the raid, only to be resettled many years later between 1609 and 1616. England alone had 466 merchant ships lost to barbarian pirates, while barbarian consorts looted to the Congo. While barbarian consorts looted to the cargo of ships they captured. Their primary goal was to capture people for sale as slaves, as for ransom. Those who had family or friends who might ransom them were held captive, but not obliged to work. The most famous of these were author Miguel de Cervantes, who were held for almost 5 years. Others were sold into various types of servitude. Attractive women and boys were used as sex slaves. Captives who converted to Muslim, it said captives who were converted to Islam were generally freed, since enslaving of Muslims was prohibited. But this meant that they could never return to their native countries. Moroccan Sultan Moulay Ismail bin Sharif controlled a fleet of consorts based on Saleh Viax and Saleh de Nif, Saleh Nif or whatever, right? Now Rabat, which supplied him with Christian slaves and weapons through their raids in the Mediterranean and all the way back to the Black Sea. Moulay Ismail was nicknamed the Bloody King by Europeans due to extreme cruelty and exaction of summary justice upon the Christian slaves. He is also known in his native country as the Warrior King. 16th, 18th century customs and statistics suggest that the Instables additional slave import from the Black Sea may have totaled around 2.5 million from 1450 to 1700. The markets declined after the loss of barbarian wars and ended in the 1830s when the region was conquered by France. All right, so what ended it is 1830s wars conquering the French. All right, Christian slavery in Muslim Liberia. All right, during the Al-Adonis, also known as Islamic Iberia, the Moors controlled much of the peninsula. Muslim Spain imported Christian slaves from the 18th century until the Conquista. Okay, so Muslim Spain imported Christian slaves from the 8th century until the Reconquista. In the 15th century, the slaves were imported from the Christian region of Spain, as well as from Eastern Europe, sparking significant reaction from many in Christian Spain and many Christians still living in Muslim Spain. Soon after, Muslims were successful, taking 30,000 Christian captives from Spain and in the 8th century. Slavery lasted longer due to the frequent cross-border skirmishes interspersed between periods of major campaigns. By the 10th century in the eastern Mediterranean Byzantine Christians were captured by Muslims. Many of the raids designed by Muslims were created for a fast capture of prisoners. Therefore, Muslims restricted the control in order to keep captives from fleeing. Okay, the Iberian Peninsula served as a base for further exports of slaves into other Muslim regions in North Africa. Ottoman slave trade. Slavery was a legal and significant part of the Ottoman Empire's economy and societies. The main sources of slaves were war captives and organized enslavement expeditions in Africa, Eastern Europe, and Circassia and Georgia in the Caucasus. It has been reported that the selling price of slaves fell after large military operations. Enslavement of Europeans were banned in the early 19th century, right, 1800s, when enslavement of other groups were permitted, okay? Enslavement of other groups were permitted. So that's why they started being labeled as Africans and all that type of stuff. Really, they were still slaves on the code, but they just started relabeling them. But y'all see that's where they start getting their little protection on the, and they start, the shift of power started to happen because other people were still allowed to be slaves, right? They say early after several measures to ban slavery in the 19th century, the practice continued largely unabated into the early 20th century, right? So still going on since 1900. As late as 1908, female slaves were still sold in the Ottoman Empire. Sexual slavery was a central part of Ottoman slave system throughout the history of its institution, right? So they're still going down, right? Spanish slaves, so we're talking about Juneteenth and all that type of stuff. Okay, this in the Auroch War, 1550-1662, a long-running conflict between Spanish and Mapuches in Chile, right, South America. Both sides engaged in slavery of the enemy population, among other atrocities. Much like the Spanish had captured Mapuche people, the Mapuches had also captured Spaniards, often women, and traded their ownership among them. Indeed, with the destruction of the seven cities, 1599, 1604, Mapuches are reported to have taken 500 Spanish women captive, holding them as slaves. It was not uncommon for captive women. It was not uncommon for captive Spanish women to have changed owner several times. As late as the 1850s, alleged shipwreck survivor Elisa Bravo was said to be living as a wife of Mapuche cacique in what is described as the most brutal forced coexistence, resulting in children of mixed blood. A report dating from 1863 said that her captors, fearing vengeance from Spaniards, sold her to the warlord Kafukura in Pua Mapu for 100 martyrs, but that she had died after 3 years. All right, European slavery in Rome, in ancient Rome. So y'all see how they connect everybody around the world. It say in the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire, slaves counted for most of the means of industrial output in Roman commerce. Slaves, right? They had slaves in Rome, and most of them, they accounted for most of the work. It said slaves were drawn from all over Europe and the Mediterranean, including Gaul, Hispania, South America, North Africa, Syria, Germania, Britannia, and Balkans, and Greece. Generally, slaves in Italy were indigenous Italians, maybe some of the Etruscans and all of them, with a minority of foreigners, including both slaves and freedmen, right? Freedmen. Okay, way over there in Europe, they're talking freedmen talk. They say born outside of Italy, estimated 5% of the total in the capital, where their number was largest at its peak. Slaves numbering in the tens of thousands were compelling to work in the mines or quarries, where conditions were notoriously brutal. It's a Domnati and Metal, those condemned in the mine were convicts who lost their freedom as citizens, libertas, forfeited their property, bona, to the state, right? And became servi, ponoin, slaves as a legal penalty. Their status under the law was different from that of other slaves. They could not buy their freedom, be sold, or be set free. They were expected to live and die in the mines. Imperial slaves and freedmen, the familia Caesarius worked in mine administration and management. In the late Republic, about half the gladiators who fought in the Roman arenas were slaves. Though the most skilled were often free volunteers. Okay, free volunteer slaves, the gladiators, right? The Roman Empire. All right, successful gladiators were occasionally rewarded with freedom. However, gladiators, being trained warriors and having access to weapons, were potentially the most dangerous slaves. At an earlier time, many gladiators had been soldiers taken captive in war. Spartacus, who led a slave rebellion of 73 to 71 BC, was a rebel gladiator. The slaves imported in Italy were native Europeans, and were few, and very few of them from outside of Europe. This has been confirmed by biochemical analysis of 166 skeletons from 3 imperial era cemeteries in the vicinity of Rome, where the bulk of the slaves lived, which shows that only one individual came from outside of Europe, North Africa, and right, it say, hold on, you see how they use Europe and North Africa synonymously, right? And another two possibly did, but results are unconclusive. In the rest of the Italian peninsula, the fractions of non-European slaves was much lower than that. All right, slavery under Islamic rule. The pension or pension tax, meaning the 1/5, was a taxation based on the verse of the Quran, whereby 1/5 of spoils of war belonged to God, to Muhammad, and to his family, to orphans, to those in need, and to travelers. Okay, the gypsies and all that, man. This eventually included slaves and war captives. This eventually included slaves and war captives were given to soldiers and officers to motivate their participation in wars. Okay, Christians and Jews, known as people of the book in Islam, were considered dhimmis in territories where Muslim ruled, a status of second-class citizens that were afforded limited freedoms, legal protections, personal safety, and were allowed to practice their religion, subject to certain conditions, and to enjoy a measure of communal autonomy in return to paying the jizya and kharaj taxes. If the dhimmi broke his agreement and left Muslim territory for enemy land, he was liable to be enslaved, unless the dhimmi had left Muslim territory because he suffered injustice there. Dhimmis were protected persons who could not be enslaved unless they violated the terms of protection. Such violations normally included rebellion or treason. According to some authorities, this could also include failure to pay due taxes. Failure to pay tax could also result in imprisonment. Man, it sounds like the American government. You know what I mean? How they doing these celebrities and stuff too. Government officials and all that. Okay. The diversionary, what they call it, was a blood tax largely imposed in the Balkans and Anatolia, in which the Ottoman Empire sent military to collect Christian boys between the ages of 8 to 18 who were taken from their families and raised to serve the empire. You understand that now? They were taking these, okay. The tax was imposed by Murad I in the middle 1300s, and lasted until the reign of Ahmed III in the early 1700s. From the mid to late 14th through early 18th centuries, the dissurgme janissary, Janus system enslaved an estimated 500,000 to 1 million non-Muslim adolescent males. These boys would attain a great education and high social standing after their training and forced conversion to Islam. Basilic Popolia wrote that the diversionary was the forcible removal in the form of a tribute of children of the Christian subjects from their ethnic, religious, and cultural environment and their transportation into the Turkish Islamic environment with the aim of employing them in the service of the palace, the army, and the state, whereby they were, on the one hand, to serve the Sultan as slaves and freedmen, right? And on the other hand, to form the ruling class of the state. You understand that? It's the army and the state, right? Come on now. It's an indentured servitude. In the 17th to 18th century, many white people in Britain, Ireland, and European colonies in North America were indentured servants. Sterling professor of history of Yale, of history at Yale, David Byron Davis wrote that from Barbados to Virginia, colonists long before English or Irish indentured servants as their main. Listen, let me read that again. My bad. It say from Barbados to Virginia, colonists long preferred English or Irish indentured service as their main source of field labor. During most of the 17th century, they showed few scruples about reducing their fortunate countrymen to a status a little different from chattel slaves. All right, there was a little different, just slightly above chattel slavery. It's a degradation, right? A degradation that was being carried out in a more extreme and far more extensive way with respect to the peasantry in the contemporary Russia. The prevalence and suffering of white slaves, serfs, and indentured servants in the early modern period suggests that there was nothing inevitable about limiting plantation slavery to people of African origin. Okay. So I try to show African origin in that way. We know what they're talking about. North Africa's people, white folks, Slavics, listen, Netherlands, Germany. Okay, listen. Between 50 and 67% of white immigrants to the American colonies from the 1630s and the American Revolution had traveled under indenture. Many women brought to the colonies were poor. Some were abandoned or young girls out of wedlock. Others prostitutes or criminals. So then we got all this religious stuff for the Slavic people. One ship's captain reportedly described them as the villainous, right? A ship captain described them as the villainous and demoralized lot. Okay, many were transported against their will and for profit to Virginia and Maryland. The French transported women from Salpêtrière prison for the homeless, insane, and criminal to New Orleans. All right, send them to New Orleans. They say women held at Salpêtrière were bound in chains, flogged, and lived in generally poor and unsanitary conditions. Female inmates, some of whom were sick with venereal disease, were forced to attend confessions 3 times each day, where they would be whipped if their demeanor and behaviors were not acceptably penitent. In addition to Salpêtrière, the French transported women from other almshouses and hospitals, including Bicêtre, Hospital General de Paris, and Pita. All right. So that's how I put it. All right, white slave traffic. It's a main article, International Agreement of Suppression of the White Slave Traffic. See also historical history of sexual slavery in the United States and white slavery, okay? It's the International Agreement for the Suppression of White Slave Traffic is a series of anti-human trafficking treaties. The first of which was first negotiated in Paris in 1904, was one of the first multilateral treaties to address issues of slavery and human trafficking. The slavery, servitude, forced labor, and similar institutions and practices conventions of 1926 and the International Convention of the Suppression of the Trafficking Women, my bad, slow down right now. It's the International Convention for the Suppression of Trafficking in Women of full age of 1933 are similar documents, right? Women of full age. What? So what about the women of young age? Okay. It's a White Slave Traffic Act of 1910. In 1910, the U.S. Congress passed the White Slave Traffic Act, better known as the Mann Act, right? 1910, U.S. Congress passed the White Slave Traffic Act, right? Better known as the Mann Act. See, that's how they switched it up. Mann Act. What? No. They should have that White Slave Traffic, so everybody know what that is.
They say which made it a felony to transport women across state borders for the purpose of prostitution or debauchery, or for any other immoral purpose. The act was applied to the wide variety of offenses, many of which were consensual in nature. Listen now, they say most of them was consensual, and they hitting these boys under this White Slave Traffic Act, bro. You know what I'm saying? That was in 1910. You know what I mean? That's how they hitting these boys, the Bill Cosby and all them. And they say of which was consensual in nature didn't even matter. You see what I'm saying? When you got them just to have sex with them, just to have, oh wow, that's what's going on. I don't want to get, look at here. Y'all caught that? Even in Peep Game now, back in the 1900s, 1910, stuff like that, these white boys were getting hung and stuff like that. For them to be white girls, stop them, hey, where y'all going? What you doing to the white girl? And all this type of stuff. And they get, yeah, I remember that now. It's a criminal law amendment, white slave traffic bill. An attempt was made to introduce a similar law in the UK between 1910 and 1913. That's the Criminal Law Amendment Act 1912. Arthur Lee was stated at the House of Commons, right? The United Kingdom, and particularly England, is increasingly becoming a clearinghouse. And that's not what they say now. This is quote. They say the United Kingdom, and particularly England, is increasingly becoming a cleaning house and depot and dispatch century of the white slave traffic, and the headquarters of the foreign agents engaged in the most expensive and lucrative phase of the business. It says South America was stated as the main destination for the trafficked girls. Understand that now? It said the spectacular commented, the spectator commented that the bill has been blocked by a member, alluding to Frederick Handel Booth, or members who, for various reasons, consider it not a measure which ought to be placed upon the statute book, as it would affect the liberty of the individual. So they just looked this off the book, they just denied the bill, you know what I'm saying? And they were like, no, we need to let that stay where it's at. So I mean, it's still going on over there in UK too. Okay? You know, as far as the trafficking to South America and all that stuff. But 1910 stuff, they let you know, hey, that's the Man Act. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, y'all WSU would come up with the Man Act. It said the White Slave Traffic Act, right? Also called Man Act. It's United States federal law passed June 25th, 1910. Okay? Man, let's see what it say. My bad. June 5th, 1910. It is named after Congressman James Robert Mann. No, they got the Manns out here doing their thing in the music and all that stuff. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing, you know. But yeah, I just want to tap into that right quick, you know what I mean? Build further off of it at some other time, whatever. But yeah, man, I'll get with y'all.
All right. About to get into another one of the brothers. Yeah. One of the brothers that was sitting on the Senate seat. You click at them boys. I think I might still have a picture of it for you. Let's see. Yeah, one of them brothers. Mm-hmm. Leader and legislator. In 1870, Turner became the first African American from Alabama elected to the United States Congress. Turner represented the state of Alabama from March 4th, 1871, March 3rd, 1873, with White P gang, though. Now, check it out. Check it out. It said at the beginning, right? It said Benjamin Turner was born on March 17, 1825. It said in North Carolina to slave parents. That just means they worked for somebody else, man. They really called it district service back then. It said at age 5, he was taken to Selma, Alabama with his mother, right? And it said as a slave, Turner was prohibited from receiving formal education as a youth. Just mean, hey, you work for me, but you know, you ain't going to school, you ain't got no money. You poor, you ain't got no money. Right? Say, but despite this major obstacle and others placed before him, he became an entrepreneur. Okay? So listen, they never said, okay, he was free from slavery or nothing like that. Just all of a sudden he was able to become an entrepreneur. You feel me? And a business executive. He was just able to just be a part of the civic leader, be a civic leader and a legislator. Huh? But he couldn't have no form, he couldn't have no education. If that was true, it just don't make sense, right? So now all of a sudden he know how to read good enough the way he can get out there and be a legislator, or you don't have to know, you don't have to be educated to be a legislator at all. What they trying to say, y'all? Come straight out the streets with it, huh? You know, if it's a slave in the way everybody else want to tell it, you know what I mean? Hey, how you was able to do all that? You the bad boy there, huh? So he did what? Became an entrepreneur when they were trying to block him. Most of his way into getting his own thing going. Became a business executive, a civic leader, and a legislator. Huh? So it's in 1870, Turner became the first African American from Alabama elected to the United States Congress. Turner represented the state of Alabama from March 4th to 1871 through March 3rd, 1873. All right, watch this. It's a Turner was an ingenious man. Although Alabama law prohibited slaves from practicing in any form of education classes and learning to read or write, by the time Turner was 20, he was an educated man able to read and write with ease. Come on now.
while still a slave. They said, while still a slave, Turner managed to, it said, while still a slave, Turner managed the St. James Hotel in Selma. Understand that now? It say, while he was a slave, he managed the hotel in Selma, Alabama, and ran a livery stable from which he kept a small portion of the earnings. Immediately following the end of the Civil War, he began to purchase property and became a teacher, co-founding the first school in Selma for African American children. Now, peep game. Trying to tell you what this slavery thing's all about. It's like when you work for somebody else. So they referenced to him by being a slave. It said Turner managed the St. James Hotel in Selma, and he ran a livery stable or whatever, right? But he said he had to give some of his he was able to keep a small portion of his earnings. So that means whoever got them feeding them, and that mean the bills he had to pay, being able to pay for his food and well-being and all that, and the boss probably leasing them out. He probably owed certain debt or whatever the case. You had to be able to buy your freedom type thing back then and all that stuff. I don't know how how the game go. Cause they always tell you all the time that somebody was able to buy their freedom or whatnot. So I guess it just, I guess that means get to the point where you can start doing your own thing where you off. Where you can take care of your own lights and food and all this type of thing. You understand? That's how the game went. So basically, like, you couldn't save no money because you had to pay your bills. Kind of like how it is right nowadays, right? People go to work, you know what I mean? They, even though it seems like you're getting all the money, but the boss just ain't paying your bills for you. Either getting you all the money, then you got to go pay all your bills, and then next thing you know, you left with a small portion of what you had got paid, right? It's the same thing. So that's how you got to look at it, all right? So, yeah. So let me keep going. So say he was in Genius and all that there. So he worked for the Red Selma, and then he Selma, Alabama. Say immediately, right? So check it out though. In P game, when they said earlier about the reading and writing thing, they say he couldn't learn how to read and write and all that. There, but say by the time he was 20, he knew how to read and write. You know what I'm saying? He knew how to read and write with ease while still a slave. And then after the comma, then they say Turner managed the St. James Hotel in Selma, Alabama. So that's that's his slavery. And he ran a livery stable, which he kept a small portion of his earnings. Immediately following the end of the Civil War, he began to purchase property. All right. So immediately. So y'all start telling everything, everybody got going, all this land out here, all this property out here, man, let me get some of this money. That's what he was thinking like, huh? And he said he became a teacher, co-founding. Right, founded, right, co-founded the first school in Selma, Alabama for American children. Think about it. For African American, for Black children, for people of color, melanated children, Indian children, indigenous children, however you want to look at it, right? He was the first one to put up a school for us. Now you had to be self-sufficient. The idea wasn't to depend on nobody else to do nothing for you. All right, they say in 1867, Turner turned toward politics. In 1867, he turned toward politics and was elected tax collector of Dallas County. And in 1869, Turner became the city of Selma's first African-American city councilor. All right, so he turned to politics, he became a tax collector. So he was into property and all that. So he was trying to watch some taxes. So when he gets shit on taxes, he can buy the shit up. You feel what I'm saying? Gang. All right, in 1869, Turner, and this Selma, Alabama now, supposed to be racist as fuck, right? They running shit. Out of here, a nigga walk around, running shit, collecting taxes and all that there. Come on, man. You gotta think. Turner became the city of Selma's first African American city councilor. In 1870 census, Turner had reported assets of over $12,000.
which made him one of the wealthiest African Americans in Alabama. See, the thing about it is they be playing the word game. Nah, he was the wealthiest person in Alabama, period, and happened to be a man of color. Right? That's what's really going on. You bet your ass that he wasn't the only one getting money. Of course, you see the partners right next to him, shit. You know, hey, they just running shit. Period. You understand me? So don't let these motherfuckers try to finesse it with all the slavery talk and all that other crazy ass shit they be talking. And how you know that the person he was enslaved to was another black person. You know what I'm saying? So come on, man. You can't get lost in their narratives. All right? So listen. Because they already giving you the game, then you know that niggas run around being free as fuck. Anyway. So what the fuck more can I tell you? They got 12 racks. You know. Hey, way back then. Listen. It said, which made him one of the wealthiest African Americans in Alabama, the whole Alabama. Additionally, in 1870, Turner was unanimously, how you say it, right, nominated to be the Republican candidate from Alabama's first congressional district, which included Selma and a large portion of the Black Belt region in West Central Alabama. It say on November 8th, 1870, Turner defeated Democrat Samuel J. Cummins to claim his seat in the 42nd Congress of the United States. All right, it say on November 8th, 1870, Turner defeated Democrat Samuel J. Cummins to claim his seat in the 42nd Congress of the United States. The Republicans taking over. It's the niggas, man. The Republicans doing their thing. He said, while serving in the U.S. House of Representatives, Turner sought financial aid for Alabama to rebuild the devastation caused by the war between the states. He introduced bills to remove legal and political restrictions imposed on former Confederates and the elimination of the tax on cotton, arguing that the tax was unconstitutional because it singled out a specific cash crop. He also fought for reparations for former slaves and aid for impoverished black farmers. So understand, man, the Confederates, the real Confederates, was the Aboriginals. That's how I'm seeing this shit. For real, though. They had the cotton fields and all that shit, you know what I mean? And the so-called blacks was the Europeans and all that, was the farmers that came from Europe. You know, and actually the white folks too. I don't know, I'm just saying. They say in 1872, Turner made an unsuccessful bid for re-election to the 43rd Congress. 2 years later, Turner purchased a 300-acre farm near Selma, which he would pursue a career in agriculture many years later. Turner remained active in politics for several years following his defeat. He served as an election official for municipal elections in 1875, 1877, and 1891. He served as a delegate to the Republican National Convention in Chicago and as a Republican presidential elector in the 1880 election. Turner ran and was elected for the second time in Selma City. Let's see. In Selma City Council in 1885. In early 1894, Turner suffered a stroke and died on March 21st, 1894 in Selma, Alabama. That was on one of the solstice days, spring solstice, spring equinox. All right, but anyway, excuse me, but y'all know what I'm saying. But hey, y'all see what's going on. He was doing his thing down in Selma. He was getting money. He was putting the pressure on him. Yeah, shit, dude. Or he got that face. He had to figure out how to work through this life, man. Did not come easy to him. Did not come easy. Yeah, but he got it done though. You understand? Out there trying to help folks. That was, it's like, well, who were the real Confederates and all that stuff, though, man? You understand me? Cause you don't look like no brother that be trying to help nobody that hurt them. Hey. But yeah, that's your brother. So y'all go check out more information about him, if you will. You know, my job is just a bullet puncher. You know, this college, baby. I ain't gonna hold your hand. All right. So that's the end of this one. Peace. But yeah, y'all see this picture right here with these brothers. These pretty bad brothers right here. I say they were dying for a cause. I must say that. The first colored senators and representatives. All right? The first colored senators and representatives. So they run through a couple of them, see what they was all about. All right, check it out. So you got Hiram R. Revels. That's one of the brothers right here. It said Hiram R. Revels is the first African American to serve in the United States Senate. It said, who was Hiram R. Revels? Hiram R. Revels was a minister who, in 1870, became the first African American United States Senator, representing the state of Mississippi. He served for a year before leaving to become president of a historically black college. Revels died on January 16, 1901, in Aberdeen, Mississippi. His early life. Hiram Revels was born in Fayetteville, North Carolina, on September 27, 1827. Despite being born in the South in the time of widespread slavery, Revels was a member of a free family. He and his brother, both apprenticed as barbers. He and his brother both apprenticed as barbers. Revels' brother subsequently owned his own barbershop. Upon his brother's death, Revels inherited and ran the shop before leaving North Carolina to study at seminaries in Indiana and Ohio in 1845. He was ordained as a minister in the African Methodist Episcopal Church, Episcopal, that's how you said, Episcopal Church, working as a itinerant preacher. I say Revels participated in the Civil War, organizing 2 black regiments for the Union Army. So it's a political career, right? And they said his political career, they went straight to him being in the Civil War. So say Revels participated in the Civil War, organizing 2 black regiments for the Union Army. He also fought for the Union at the Battle of Vicksburg. So it's another Union, huh? So he fought for the Union Army, and he fought for the Union at the battle. So he fought for the Union, but he fought in the Civil War, and he fought at the Battle of Vicksburg. And he said after the war, he settled in Natchez, Mississippi, with his wife and daughters, and continued his career in the clergy. He quickly grew to be a respected member of the community, known for his keen intelligence and oratorical skills. Yeah, I think how you say that. Oratorical skills. Although he had no previous government experience, Revels garnered enough community support to win election to the position of alderman in 1868 during the first phase of Reconstruction. He then served briefly in the Mississippi State Senate. See, and listen. They say in 1870, the state Congress selected rebels to fill a vacant seat in the United States Senate. Let's see. In the United States Senate debate surrounding eligibility hinged on the 1857 Dred Scott decision. Wait a minute. They said in 1870, right? Let me make this a little bit better just so y'all can see. It said in 1870, the state Congress selected rebels to fill a vacant seat in the United States Senate. It said debate surrounding his eligibility hinged on the 1857 Dred Scott decision, which precluded African American citizenship. It said the decision was effectively reversed by the ratification of the 14th Amendment after the Civil War. Democrats argued that rebels did not meet the 9-year citizenship requirement to hold congressional office, given his ineligibility for citizenship through the war years. Okay, so they're basically trying to say he didn't have enough years to run straight because during the war years he wasn't considered to be a citizen. See what I'm saying? And it said ultimately rebels and his Republican allies prevailed by citing rebels' mixed race background, by citing it. And rebels became the first African American to serve in the United States Senate. His appointment was particularly symbolic. They said his appointment was particularly symbolic in that the seat he occupied had previously belonged to Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy. They say during his time in Washington, the press praised rebels for his well-crafted speeches and diplomatic approach to a tense congressional environment. His signature issue was civil rights, including the integration of schools and equal opportunities for Black workers. So this was the integration of schools and all that stuff coming in at civil rights movement and shit. It say rebels urged a moderate view on the restoration of Confederate citizenship. Confederate citizenship, huh? Restoration on Confederate citizenship. It say while the radical Republicans in Congress called for harsh punishments to be meted out to Civil War rebels. Senator rebels took a milder view, right? It say while the radical Republicans in Congress called for harsh punishments to be meted out to Civil War rebels, Senator rebels took a milder view. He argued for the immediate restoration of citizenship to former Confederates, along with the secure enfranchisement, education, and employment eligibility of African Americans. He said he took a milder view. He said he argued for the immediate restoration of citizenship to former Confederates, along with the secure enfranchisement, education, and employment eligibility of African Americans. Later in life, rebels resigned from the Senate after a year to accept the presidency of Alcorn Agriculture and Mechanical College, located in Claiborne County, Mississippi. He also served as an instructor in philosophy. This position at the historically Black Alcorn allowed rebels to directly participate in the intellectual enrichment of African Americans, a cause for which he had fought while serving in the Senate. Okay, so he got what he had for being there. Okay. In addition to his administrative and teaching roles, rebels remained involved with the Methodist Church, continuing to preach publicly until the end of his life. Rebels died on January 16, 1901, while attending a meeting of Methodist ministers, in Aberdeen, Mississippi. Excuse me again. Sorry, y'all. All right. Say fact check. We strive for accuracy and fairness. If you see something that doesn't look right, contact us. All right, cool. But for the most part, we know it was a brother in office. All the fluff. Okay, cool. But I'm just saying, the main idea, and way back when, you had brothers in office doing things. And they act like it wasn't nothing going on like that. You feel me? The man born in 1827. And say he was not a slave. Why wasn't he a slave? Because he was able to work for himself by cutting hair as a barber, right? So I mean, his family was probably business owners. And they were taking care of themselves, doing their own thing, you feel me? And you see how they tried to reference as his background had different type of little race or whatever to make him free. But listen, no. And you hear how they say about the Dred Scott case, that they were trying to play him out of, trying to act like he couldn't get in because of Dred Scott said that he wasn't a citizen or what have you. But then after that, they tried to run it down on him saying he wasn't, he ain't been here for 7, 8 years, some they say straight, 9 years, something like that, they say straight. But then they say that's when they modified the 14th Amendment to make everybody be equal under the law of the United States. But that's how they ended up getting us to be able to start being a part of the United States when they ratified the 14th Amendment. You know what I'm saying? And that's when everybody started running over there trying to be a part of them under the civil rights movement and all that, which ain't got nothing to do with human rights. You know, it's just saying, hey, okay, we could legally do business together, legitimately. You feel me? Get under your contracts and all that. But at the end of the day, you know, ain't got nothing to do with your human rights. It ain't got nothing to do with your human rights. You got to be able to protect yourself, you know. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna close it out with Mr. Hiram R. Rebels. So he one of them brothers that was sitting on the seat back then. Till next time. Check out the next one. Peace. All right, let's do it. Talk about slavery in Romania. All right, slavery in Romania. All right, slavery existed on the territory of present-day Romania from before the founding of the principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia in the 13th, 14th century until it was abolished in stages during the 1840s, 1850s, and also until 1783 in Transylvania and Bukovina, parts of the Habsburg monarchy. Most of the slaves were Roma, all right, particularly in Moldavia. There were also slaves of Tatar ethnicity, probably prisoners captured from the wars with the Nogoi and Crimean Tatars, right? Further, I say may have, right? I already know. Say the slaves were owned by boyars,
the Christian Orthodox monasteries or the state. Initially, they were used only as smiths, gold panners, and as agricultural workers. But when the principalities became more urbanized, increasingly more of them were used as domestic workers. Okay, y'all understand this? The abolition of slavery was carried out following a campaign by young revolutionaries who embraced the liberal ideas of the Enlightenment. Okay. Notable among them was Mikhail Kogalina, however you say that, right? All right, so boom, y'all peep that. So let me go on down. So y'all go look into this, read the whole thing. You know, if you want. It's all on you. You got a whole lot of stuff going on, right? Get down to some bullet points. Right here. Start right here. If a slave owned property, one would have to pay the same taxes as free men. As free men. Usually, there was no tax on privately owned slaves, excepting for a short period in Moldavia between 1711 and 1714. Fenariot or Fenariate, Prince Nicholas Marokododas introduced the gypsy tax, right? A tax of 2 gulden, standard gold coins, right? On each slave owned. It was not unusual for both boyars and monasteries to register their serfs as gypsies, okay? So that they would not pay the tax that was imposed on the serfs, okay? So we know the serfs are the ones at the bottom of the totem pole. A gypsy is a landowner a little higher up. So they paid less taxes on gypsies as they did serfs. So you got all these people claiming to be gypsies. They were gypsies because they were put on paperwork to be gypsies, because the monasteries, the Christian monasteries, you know what I mean, and the boyars and all of them were trying to save money. All right. Let's say the domestic slaves, right? Some of whom were entering artisans will have to pay a yearly tax named Dadija, or whatever it's called, right? Similarly, boyar owned were required to gather at their master's household once a year, usually on the autumn feast of St. Demetrius, presently coinciding with October 26th celebrations in the Orthodox calendar. On the occasion, each individual over the age 15 was required to pay a sum of between 30 and 40 piastres, right? A slave owner had the power to free his slaves for good service, either during his lifetime or in his will. But these cases were rather rare. The other way around also happened. Free Roma sold themselves to monasteries or boyars in order to make a living. Okay? Understand that now. They say in order to make a living, some of these folks sold themselves to the monasteries and the boyars. Is where the work was at. All right, but like I say, y'all keep on reading on into it. Go ahead and go to right here. All right, Romania, etymology. Romania derives from Latin Romanus, meaning Roman, okay, or of Rome. The first known use of the appellation was attested to in the 16th century by Italian humanists traveling in Transylvania, Moldavia, and Wallachia. The oldest known surviving document written in Romanian, a 1521 letter known as the Letter of Niesu from Campolan, is notable for including the first documented occurrence of the country's name. Wallachia is mentioned as the Terra Romanianska or whatever, right? 2 spelling forms, Roman and Rumen, right, was used interchangeably.
until social-linguistic development in the late 17th century led to some semantic differentiation of the two forms. Roman came to mean bondsman, okay? So a Roman was a bondsman, right? They say while Roman retained the original ethno-linguistic meaning. After the abolition of serfdom in 1746, the word Roman gradually fell out of use, and the spelling established to form Roman. Okay, understand that now. So y'all want to know what happened and how it became so many Romans and stuff like that. You know, they was hiding in the armies and all that type of stuff. All right. So I ran through all that to let y'all know that the Romans were slaves, and some of them even volunteered. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So yeah, and there's so much other stuff y'all can follow up with that to give y'all some more understanding. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to this flag right here because I'm coming back to hit that. Come back to hit that flag. Yes, sir. The flag right here. Hit the flag now. Y'all see that? You got the eagle. Huh? You got the bull. Uh-oh. Right? Got the star. Got the moon. What's going on? Got the 6 point right there too, don't you? Basically, you might well say 6 point star. Yeah. What you got going on? Got the line. Got another eagle, what you want to call it. Right? Got the whale. With a fish. What's pretty going on though? All right. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna hit y'all with. The bull. All right. Which was in Romania. Hold up. That's I might need to show y'all that. All right, this is what we're gonna go into next. So check me out. All right. All right, let's do it. Let's get to the bull right quick. You know what I mean? The Auroch's bull. The Aurochs or Aurochs, or rarely found, or rarely Aurochian or Aurochs or whatever, right? Also known as Urus or Ur, is a species of large wild cattle that inhabited Asia, Europe, and North Africa, right? Asia, Europe, Europa, Eurasia, right? And North Africa, which is the same thing as Europe. While the wild species, subspecies, including the nominal subspecies, Bos primigenius, and that's something that's called primigenius, right? Bos primigenius is extant. Domestic cattle are considered Aurochs. Further discussion and use of them, use of the term Aurochs in this article is for simplicity, referring only to the extinct wild subspecies unless otherwise specified. So it's subspecies, right? The main one is the primigenius, right? So now, go to the, my main point is that we're dealing with that certain part of the world, Asia, Europe, and North Africa, right? So now I'm trying to let y'all know that is this sacred bull. All right, so you see I put Aurochs Egyptian mythology, right? Okay, who are the Hathors, right? Aurochs are depicted in many Paleolithic European cave paintings, such as those found at Las Coques and Lebanon in France. Their life force may have been thought to have magical qualities, for early carvings of the Aurochs have also been found. So you look at them to have magical qualities, right? So now we did it with the sacred bull. See what I'm saying? We should have pull up sacred bull. That's what they're talking about, right? Sacred bull. The Egyptian cow goddess. Understand that now. It says, like many bovids, Aurochs formed herds for at least a part of the year. These probably did not number much more than 30. The Aurochs had social behavior similar to their descendants. Social status was gained through displays and fights, in which both cows and bulls engaged. Okay. So now, let's run through a little bit of sacred bull stuff right quick. They say there are verifying beliefs. Shoot, I'm killing these. So there, I gotta get it. They say there are varying beliefs about cattle in societies and religions, with cows, bulls, and calves being worshipped at various stages of history. As such, numerous people throughout the world have at one point in time honored bulls as sacred. In the Sumerian religion, Marduk is the bull of Utu. In Hinduism, Shiva's right? Shiva's steed is Nandi, the bull. The sacred bull survives in the constellation Taurus, the bull, whether lunar, as in Mesopotamia, or solar, as in India. All right, y'all see the difference. They talk about the moon in Mesopotamia, but it was dealing with it as the sun in India. It's the subject of various other culture and religious incarnations, as well as modern mentions in New Age cultures. Right? In prehistoric art, Aurochs are depicted in many Paleolithic European cave paintings, such as those found at Lascaux and Livernon in France. Okay, their life force may have been thought to have magical qualities for early carvings of the Aurochs have also been found. The impressive and dangerous Aurochs survived in the Iron Age in Anatolia and the Near East and were worshipped throughout the area as sacred animals. The earliest remnants of bull worship can be found at Neolithic Catahoyok. All right, so we're in Mesopotamia with it. So the Sumerian guardian deity called Lamassu was depicted as hybrids with bodies of either winged bulls, of lions, and heads of human males. The motif of a winged animal with a human head is common to the Near East, first recorded in Ebla around 3000 BCE. The first distinct Lamassu motif appeared in Assyria during the reign of Tiglath-Pileser II as a symbol of power. The human-headed winged bulls protected genies called Sheru or Lamassu were placed as guardians at certain gates or doorways of the city and the palace. Symbols combining man, bull, and bird. They offered protection against enemies, right? So it's a symbols combining man, bull, and bird. They offered protection against enemies. The bull was also associated with the storm and the rain god Adad, Hadad, and the skirt. The bull was his symbolic animal. He appeared bearded, often holding a cub and thunderbolt while wearing a bull horn headdress. Hadad was equated with the Greek god Zeus, the Roman god Jupiter, as Jupiter Dalachinos, the Indo-European Nacite Hittite storm god Teshub, the Egyptian god Amun, when Enki distributed the destinies, right? They say he made Iskar inspector of the cosmos. In one litany, Iskar is proclaimed again and again as Great Radiant Bull. Your name is Heaven, and also called Son of Anu, Lord of Kakara, twin brother of Enki, Lord of Abundance, Lord who rides the storm, Lion of Heaven. Okay. The Sumerian epic Gilgamesh depicts the killing by Gilgamesh and Enkidu of the bull of heaven as an act of defiance of the gods. Egypt. In Egypt, the bull was worshipped as Apis, the embodiment of Ptah, and later of Osiris. A long series of ritually perfect bulls were identified by the gods' priests, housed in the temple for their lifetime, then embalmed and encased in a giant sarcophagus. My bad. A long sequence of monolithic stone sarcophagi was housed in the Serapeum and was rediscovered by Auguste Marietti and Saqqara in 1851. The bull was also worshipped as Memnis, the embodiment of Adam Ra, Atum Ra in Heliopolis. Ka in Egyptian is both a religious concept and life. Okay, it's a Ka in Egyptian is both a religious concept of life, force, power. Okay, it's of life force or life power. You know what I mean? And the word for bull. Okay, so Ka in Egyptian is both a religious concept of life, force, or power, and the word for bull. Okay, so the bull representing life force and power. Andrew Gordon, an Egyptologist, and Calvin Schwabe, and a veterinarian, argue that the origin of the Ankh is related to two of the signs of uncertain origin that often appear alongside it. The was sceptre, representing power or dominion, and the giant pillar, representing stability. According to this hypothesis, the form of each sign is drawn from a part of the anatomy of a bull, like some other hieroglyphic signs that are known to be based on body parts of animals. In Egyptian belief, semen was connected with life and, to some extent, with power or dominion. And some texts indicate the Egyptian believed semen originated in the bones. Okay? Therefore, Calvin and Squabi suggest the signs are based on parts of the bull's anatomy through which semen was thought to pass. The ump is a thoracic vertebrae. The dejid is a sacral and lumbar vertebrae. Okay? And the was is the dried penis. I don't know what that I ain't remember that what it said, but that's a and the was is the dried penis of a bull. Okay. I get him and say wood or something. I say he cannot recreate a specific context for the bull's skulls with horns. Burocrania, preserved in the 8th millennium BCE, sanctuary of Kudalatut in central Anatolia, the sacred bull of the Haitians, whose elaborate standards were found at Alaka, Hayut, along those of the sacred stag, survived in Hurrian and Hittite mythology. At Siri, day or night. The bull who carried the weather god, okay, so y'all see, Crete, same bull. Bulls were a central theme in the Minoan civilization, with bull heads and bull horns used to symbolize the gnosis place. Many frescoes and ceramics depict bull leaping, in which participants of both sexes vaulted over bulls by grasping their horns. Grab the bull by the horns, right? Iran. The Iranian language, text, and traditions of Zoroastrianism have several different mythological bovine creatures. One of these is Garuda Dada, which is the Avesta, name of the hermaphrodite, right? Hermaphroditic, uniquely created cow. One of Ahura Mazda, okay? 6 primordial material creations that becomes the mythological progenitor of all beneficent animal life. Another Zoroastrian mythological bovine is Hadhayams, a gigantic bull so large that it could straddle the mountains and seas that divide the 7 regions of the earth. Okay? So the mountain and 7 seas that divide the 7 regions of the earth, okay? And on whose back men could travel from one region to another. In medieval times, Hadhayams also came to be known as Shredder. Okay, that's ride the bull, huh? That's why people ride the bull. They ride it from one place to another. That's right. It's a 3 burning places, which derives from a legend in which 3 great fires were collected on the creature's back. Yet another mythological bovine is that of the unnamed creature is the cow's lament, an allegorical hymn attributed to Zoroaster himself, in which the soul of a bovine despairs over her lack of protection from an adequate herdsman. In the allegory, the cow represents humanity's the star tetrahedron, aka Merkaba, right? So let's say the sacred geometry of creation. The sacred geometry of creation. The star tetrahedron / Merkaba, right?
Sacred geometry involves the sacred patterns used in the design of everything in our reality, of everything, right? Most often seen in sacred agriculture, architecture and sacred art. Geometry and mathematical ratios, harmonics, and proportion are also found in music, light, and cosmology. All right. So just what the source is, Ascension Now. Say www.ascensionnow.co.uk. Now, keep game now in introduction. It's a sacred geometry involves the sacred patterns used in the design of everything in our reality. Most often seen in sacred architecture and sacred art. All right, key: sacred art, sacred architecture, geometry and mathematical ratios, harmonics, and proportion are also found, right, in music, light, and cosmology. All right, the flower of life. The flower of life contains Metatron's cube, and within it, all 5 Platonic solids. The flower of life is a geometrical figure composed of evenly spaced overlapping circles, arranged so that they form a flower-like pattern with a 6-fold symmetry, like a hexagon. The inner circles are surrounded by 2 outer circles. The temple of Osiris at Abydos, Egypt, contains the oldest example of the flower of life found to date, and it appears to have been laser burned into granite. The flower of life pattern contains the basis of Metatron's cube, and from this pattern, all 5 of the Platonic solids can be derived. Okay? The flower of life is a female shape. All the lines are curved. Metatron's cube. By joining together with straight lines, the centuries of the flowers in the flower of life, the equivalent angular male shape is achieved. Okay? This shape contains all the Platonic solids, including the tetrahedrons, the 2 tetrahedrons, which form the star tetrahedron. And each of these shapes fits inside a sphere with its points touching the inside of the sphere. The 5 Platonic solids and the sphere, or sphere. There are 5 geometric shapes, which each have faces, edges, and angles of the same shape and size. Tetrahedron has 4 faces
right? And it represents fire. The cube has 6 faces, representing earth. The octahedron has 8 faces, representing air. The dodecatron has 12 faces, representing cosmos or the zodiac. The icosahedron, I think that's how you say that, has 20 faces, and it represents water. Revered by the Greek philosopher Pythagoras, each of these platonic solids produce specific energy effects. Okay. They say the basic form of matter, the 3-dimensional world, is the cube. Okay. The basic form of matter, the 3-dimensional world, that is the cube. By cutting off all 4 corners of the cube in a particular way, a tetrahedron is formed, the faces of which are 4 equilateral triangles, a pyramid with 3 sides plus base. Okay, a pyramid with 3 sides plus the base, which creates 4 sides. To a 3-dimensional triangle. Okay. All right. They say the star tetrahedron symbolizes harmony and equilibrium. It says since each of its corners, since each of its corner points is equally distant from each of the others, there is no strain or tension in a tetrahedron, but rather a condition of rest and equilibrium. Okay? It say by contrast, the corner points of the cube lie at different distances from each other, which results in a condition of everlasting stress. Let me run that back. It say this: the tetrahedron symbolizes harmony and equilibrium. Since each of its corner points is equally distant from each of the others, there is no strain or tension in a tetrahedron, but rather a condition of rest and equilibrium. By contrast, the corner points, right, which they said at the top of the cube, not the triangle, right, lie at different distances, right? It don't lie at the same distance away. It lies at different distances from each other, which results in a condition of everlasting stress. All right. Now, so tetrahedron within cube. The matter in our 3-dimensional world is built up in cubic form. But hidden within itself, it contains the form of the tetrahedron based on divine equilibrium.
Matter cannot exist without the divine content. A great mathematician speaks to us across the ages through crop circles, lessons in cubic geometry from elsewhere in space or time. So they're showing the crop circles and all that, showing the geometry. Okay. But let me go ahead and read it. It said, what might be the volume of the small pyramidal cross-section relative to the volume of the entire cube itself? After some lengthy calculations using trigonometry in 3 dimensions, we find that the answer is 1/6. As if to confirm that answer. The crop artist drew a long tube of square cross section around the entire pyramid and cube at Horton, then divided it into 6 equal parts. 1 out of 6. 1/6. All right. Star tetrahedron. All right. The topic of the day. Basically, is what, and everything that we got finished talking about basically on that too. All right. By cutting off the remaining corners of the cube after forming the tetrahedron, we find that the cube contains not 1 tetrahedron, but 2, one within the other, each an exact reflection of the other. These 2 tetrahedrons, the star tetrahedron, also known as the Merkaba vehicle of light, represent the innermost law of the physical world. Represents it. It's not it. The inseparable relationship between the 2 complementary halves, the positive active male electric and negative passive female magnetic, the manifest and the unmanifest, which form a perfect equilibrium. In creation, they rule as 2 opposite laws, the law of spirit and the law of matter. Spirit is life. The law of the spirit is radiation, giving, selflessness. Matter is resistance. The law of matter is drawing inward, cooling off, right? Solidification. So it's becoming solid, it's becoming hardened, the hardened heart. Drawing inward. Okay? And once you come in, you're supposed to radiate out, right? Now, the first cells of life. After fertilization occurs in a living being, the fertilized egg divides to form 2 cells. Then the cells divide again, going from 2 to 4 in a binary sequence. Okay? Binary code now, right? 1, then 2, then 4, then 8, 16, etc. The first 4 cells form a tetrahedron in a sphere, and the apex of this tetrahedron
points either to the North Pole or the South Pole, which probably determines the gender. Okay, they don't really know. All they know is it turns one way or another. Next, the cells divide into 8. They now form one tetrahedron facing up and one tetrahedron facing down. A star tetrahedron in a sphere. This is called the egg of life. Every single life on Earth must pass through the egg of life stage. Okay? Science has recognized that this particular stage of development is different from any other. And it has many unique qualities that don't occur at any other time in its development. The most important quality of these original 8 cells is that they appear to be identical. There appear to be differences in them. It says, is that they appear to be identical. There appear to be no differences in them at all. Researchers have tried to find differences, but they couldn't. Scientists have found that they can split the egg of life in 2 at this point, with 4 cells in one part and 4 in the other. And 2 identical people, or rabbits, or dogs, or anything else would be created. They've gone as far as dividing it once more, making 4 identical life forms. These cells are centered in the precise geometric century of your body, which is slightly above the perineum. There's a little piece of skin there. And even though there's not a physical opening, there is actually an energetic opening. That's where the central tube runs through your body, coming out through the crown chakra at the top of your head. The star tetrahedron models the energetic body. It models it, okay, of the human being. The blending of the heaven and earth, male and female, and was known in the esoteric knowledge of ancient Egypt as the Merkaba. The 2 tetrahedrons contained within each other represents the 2 poles of creation in complete equilibrium, spirit and matter. All of creation is based on this divine equilibrium, whether the form concerned is considered to be inanimate matter or inanimate matter, or a living creature, right? It is the inner law operating through all forms, whether a given form is that of a plant, an animal, or a human. The body of each of these is subject to the laws of the 3-dimensional world. Hidden and invisible within this body, however, is the higher divine self, eternal being. There is only one creature which is able to consciously hold on, then I'll read it right. It says there is only one creature which is able consciously to continue the two laws. Man. Oh, sorry. It said don't not continue. Combine. My bad, y'all. Let me read it once again. It said there is only one creature which is able consciously to combine the two laws, and that is man. It said he is the connecting link between the world of the spirit and that of matter. He is able to live at one and at the same time by the law of both worlds. His thoughts, words, and deeds can be an act of giving, radiating selflessness and universal love. On the other hand, his body belongs to the maternal world and lives by the laws of matter. Only man is able to manifest his higher self. That is God. Through his thoughts, words, and deeds, when he identifies his consciousness, not with his body, but with its spiritual content, with itself. As long as a person identifies himself only with his body, he is like an opaque cube, in that he reveals only the characteristics of matter, crowding the divine creative principle into a latent, unmanifested state. No one suspects that the tetrahedron, the divine self, is dwelling within. As the primordial form of matter, the cube is built up around the divine tetrahedron. Man, too, in his inner being, has contact with the divine self. All right? So the divine self is within your inner being, okay? So you have an inner being and a divine self. You have a flesh self, an inner self, and a divine self. Now, it's that is why he can only find his own divine being. That is why he can only find his own divine being within himself, never by directing his attention towards the outside world. Okay? Now, we get into the Star of David. And as you can see on the side, that in the Star of David, they are highlighting the Hebrew symbols in it, Hebrew letters in it. All right. It say the star tetrahedron is also known as the Star of David. The Star of David is the symbol of Judaism, okay? A set of religious beliefs and practices that originated from the Hebrew Bible. It is interesting to note that when drawn on top of one another, the 24 letters in the ancient language of Hebrew together from the ancient language of Hebrew together form the star tetrahedron. It said the most common arrangement of the water molecule is in the geometric shape of the tetrahedron. The molecule of silicon is also in this geometric shape. And although it is currently water that gives us life, silicon can also support life. But what is most interesting is that the star tetrahedron is the geometric shape of a silicon microcomputer chip. As we move toward 2012, the molecule of our cells are being alchemically shifted into those of multi-dimensional silicon. Do y'all hear that? It's as we move towards 2012, which for the world basically is supposed to have end and all that, something's supposed to be happening during that time, they say the molecules of our cells are being alchemically shifted into those of multi-dimensional silicon, right? They're talking about this shape we're talking about, this tetrahedron, star tetrahedron. They say the star tetrahedron is the electric balance to magnetism, okay? This is how data is stored so effectively within a computer. It is this geometric shape that provides for memory. And the word memory takes its origin from the ancient Hebrew word mem, which means water, or which means spirit. Okay? So your memory is your spirit. Okay? They say no one can enter into the kingdom of God unless he is born of water and the spirit. You must be born again. All right? They say the star tetrahedron, whatever John 3, 5, and 7 they say the star tetrahedron has also been known since ancient times as the Merkaba, the divine light vehicle, light body, allegedly used by ascended masters to connect with and reach those in tune with the higher realms. Mer means light. Ka means
they really trying to show that the star tetrahedron deal with
body.
everything in life. You know what I'm saying?
Merkaba means the spirit body surrounded by counter-rotating fields of light, wheels within wheels. The two tetrahedrons rotated in opposite directions, which transports spirit/body from one dimension to another as in the process of ascension. Okay? So
yeah, by the way, one time to the chat, shout out to y'all, man. Big ups to everybody out there, you know what I'm saying? Hope y'all having a great day. You know what I'm saying?
Is the Merkaba? Technically, it is an electromagnetic field that is geometric in nature. The Merkaba field is extremely complex, involving the 5 platonic solids and other sacred polyhedrons. It is believed to extend through all possible dimensions and parallel universes, and can possibly change its nature from electromagnetic to whatever is appropriate. One of the functions of the Merkaba is to act as the vehicle to take the spirit and the body into the next world. However, this function and most of the other possibilities is possible to obtain. And most of the other possibilities is impossible to obtain until something changes within the person. The Merkaba is situated around the human body, like a 3-dimensional geometric well that is dominant and non-functional. When the spirit that inhabits the body remembers that it is there and begins to change certain aspects of itself, an incredible transformation begins to occur. Okay. Spinning Merkaba, vehicle of light. At a certain and specific moment, not necessarily in this lifetime, a person's Merkaba field becomes alive. When this happens, an electromagnetic change occurs, which results in a disk of energy that comes out from a tiny place near the base of the spine and quickly expands to a diameter of 50 to 60 feet around the body. This disk can easily be perceived by scientific means, okay? And if the United States Air Force is correct, it can be seen on their computer screens via satellites. In other words, the military can see people who activate their Merkaba and can watch as they move around the surface of the earth. It can move and can watch, right? They can watch as they move around the surface of the earth. Being watch people, anybody that like, everybody that's, man, they say, listen, since the number of people who have done this is now in the millions, it is a fairly common sight. It is enormous magnetic bursts, right? It is the enormous magnetic burst that results from the disk expanding that brings attention to itself. They say the remembering of the Merkaba unfolding all over the world. They say the remembering of the Merkaba is unfolding all over the world. This unfoldment is all part of the evolving cosmic DNA. Okay, so this unfoldment is all part of the evolving cosmic DNA. The Merkaba is being remembered now because this is the time to remember. Most of the ancient civilizations believe that there are specific moments in the history of mankind when great jumps in human understanding take place, as in the ancient Sumerian and Egyptian civilizations. It may be that we have arrived at another one of these grand moments of history, human history, where brilliant light expands around the world, and another huge leap occurs in human consciousness. It is possible that the Merkaba is a doorway or a dimensional window into a higher level of consciousness that could be the catalyst. You say that could be the catalyst for the great change called ascension. The Merkaba is alive. It is a living field, not a purely mechanical field of energy, because it is a living field. So I mean, it's matter too, right? It responds to human thought. It responds to human thought and feeling, which is the way to connect to the field. So the computer that guides the Merkaba is the human and the heart, the human mind and the heart. The possibilities are endless. The star tetrahedron / Merkaba is an amazing and powerful tool, especially during these current times of shifts and transitions. It can assist in the connection between the physical and ethereal bodies. Allow us to see the psychological patterns that may limit us, and is a constant reminder to remember our true, loving, and divine nature by meditating on the macabre. My bad, I lost my spot for a second. We are able to merge with Source, the divine, all that is. That's what I be talking about, man. Y'all hear them, man? They kicking it, man, for real. Whoever the folks is, they on it. Y'all right to say Merkaba, right? Understand that all it's just concept and stuff like that to describe something. Don't be short-sighted to forget that. They say the star tetrahedron, better known as the Merkaba, is comprised of two opposing tetrahedrons that are spinning in opposite directions. In ancient Egypt, the word Merkaba referred to a rotating light that would take the spirit and the body from one world into another. Okay? In Hebrew, it means chariot of God. In the Bible, it is the way Elijah ascended into heaven. The word Merkaba means the spirit body, surrounded by counter-rotating fields of light, and is considered to be a light vehicle to space-time / dimension travel. It is the vehicle of ascension, designed to transition you to light body, to resist in the attainment of higher levels of conscious awareness, and to travel or transition between dimensions and realities. Once activated, this shape creates an energy field that spreads out in a saucer shape, about 55 feet wide. This energy field is capable of carrying one's consciousness directly to higher dimensions. Hold on, let me read that again. Once activated, this shape creates an energy field that spreads out in a saucer shape about 55 feet wide. This energy field is capable of carrying one's consciousness, right? Not you, the consciousness, directly to higher dimensions. Okay? So once you start to vibrate at a high level, it's saying your Merkaba or human biofield around you will take the form and shape of a flying saucer, is what they're trying to say. Okay? So you become an alien around this motherfucker. Because you're going up to higher dimensions, grabbing your knowledge. Yeah, they own it. Whole bunch of confirmation going on. I know y'all hear all these keywords they're dropping now. Okay. Planetary Merkaba. Everything in our reality possesses a star tetrahedral energy field. Okay. So the star tetrahedron is an energy field. And planets are no exception. The points of the basis of the two tetrahedrons in the star tetrahedron touch an enclosing sphere at 19.47 degrees. Okay, 19. At each planet's 19.47 degree latitudes, we have the intersection between the light body of the planet and its surface, right? They talk about the vortex points, okay? the nodal points or something like that. All right. Where we at? Lost my place. Said base of the sun tetrahedron, 19 degrees, the light body of the planet and surface. Okay. And since light bodies have the ability to connect us to other dimensions, right? What does the light bodies have an ability to connect us to other dimensions? At these latitudes, we have an energetic predisposition for interdimensional experience. Okay? So it's saying it help you do it even easier when you're at these certain points on this land surface right here that we're walking on. At a latitude of 19.47. It's a hint. At these latitudes, we find the massive volcanoes on Mars, the Great Red Spot of Jupiter, 2 volcanoes on Venus, a dark spot on Neptune, dark cloud bands on Saturn, sunspots on the sun, and the volcanoes of Hawaii. Okay, that's the giveaway. When they say one of the points are volcanoes that of Hawaii, that also lets you know these other points are certain areas that's in front of us. Up as in forward, not up as in lateral or vertical, vertical. Okay. All right, now. The star tetrahedral form of the Merkaba is an immense science that is being studied everywhere throughout the world. Okay, so understand that, people. Now while we all on the internet, we be chopping up that game. Understand their ears are open, and everyone is trying to learn about what's going on. Okay. Even if we're not using the terminology that they're using and things like that, most of us are aware of what's going on. And like they already told you guys, they can scientifically prove that many of us have indeed activated our Merkabas. Okay? And it says it's becoming a normal occurrence. Now, it's from various sources, messenger spirit. Now, y'all see that shape right there? That's what they're referring to as the spaceship. How your Merkaba looks around you, how your energy field forms around you once it becomes highly activated, which is activating your cosmic DNA, right? Okay. Say this sausage shape composite image of the century of our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, was taken with NASA's cosmic background explorers, COBE, diffuse infrared background experiment, Derby. This never before seen view shows the Milky Way from an edge on perspective, right? With the galactic North Pole at the top, the South Pole at the bottom, and the galactic century at the century. Now, is letting you guys know, okay, that this is only an edge on perspective. You don't really know how it looks for real, the Milky Way galaxy. It's only a perspective. Okay. Merkaba, according to Cryon. This is an extract from Cryon Book 3. Okay, it's called Alchemy of the Human Spirit. So that's a book for you book readers out there. We got one for you. It's at pages 222 and 225 from a live channeling through Lee Carroll. It says some of you have heard about the macabre. And you might say, what is this thing we call the macabre? Now, this is your word. It is not ours. Okay? But suffice to say that what we are speaking of is what we call the energy shell. It is that which holds your entire energy together. It is like the skin of your entity. But oh, it's so much more. You have only seen the Merkaba in history a few times. You are starting to see it more now and confusing it with ships from space, right? Well, it's and confusing it with ships from space. It's for it was Elijah who claimed his Merkaba in the field. It glowed, and you saw the wheels within the wheels. You saw the colors, and you saw the magnificence when he ascended. This was the Merkaba that was seen. Each one of you, when you are not here, has a glorious look to you with colors, all intertwined in the Merkaba. Things which you should not possibly see or hear with your biology now, for there is so much dimension.
Don't get lost in that Elijah shit they were talking about how they saw the colors and all that old shit. No. All that's mythology. You feel me? Trying to explain
in
the invisible. So don't go for the okie doke.
That the macabre has your color stripes. Those things which tell the other entities of the universe when they meet you where you have been and what you have done. And we have told you about the great hall of honor when you received the new colors for being a human on the planet Earth. For it is a wonderful journey that you take. All of you sitting here this night and reading this have many stripes from being here so many times. And the great irony is that although you would come into the room, or you would come into this room only one time and see these faces of those whom you pretend not to know, at one time, they were all your relatives. They are part of your karmic group. Brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers. So much has happened between you, and yet you pass as strangers. It is such a wonderful testament to the veil that is here keeping you from seeing the truth. For to truly know these things would cause you to leave. Okay? Lord had left this mug. I said, hey, don't come back. I'm still gone. It said, oh, dear ones, we honor you for this. Walking the planet in lesson with this veil of not knowing who you are. As we look at you and say to those around us, they volunteered for this. We love you dearly for it. And so it is that the Merkaba shouts a language that all entities hear, see, feel, and experience. So the Merkaba is not just your shell, dear ones. It is your language as well. The Merkaba is the energy which allows you to move from place to place.
when you move from one place in the universe to another, it is almost instant. But your macabre changes shape to do it. And although we would not get into the science of this, we tell you that it has been channeled before. Look for it. For your macabre, look for it. For your macabre there. For your macabre, therefore, is a shapeshifter. Okay? So they call your macabre the shapeshifter. So you hear people holler about all the shapeshifting stuff and all that. Okay? It say the shapes that are present in the macabre are pure, total science. Okay? And this, dear ones, is a great humorous irony that your society has chosen to separate the spiritual from the physical, and from the ones who work on your mathematics and the ones who work on your geometry and your physics. Right? So this idea of separating the spiritual from the physical comes from your mathematics, from the geometry, and your physics. Right? Or say the other way around, right? Spiritual. It say to has chosen to separate the spiritual, right, from the physical, and from the ones who work on your mathematics and the ones who work on your geometry and your physics, right? The separation again, right? It say if you could see the macabre, you would understand totally that the relationship is complete and married. For the macabre is made of geometry, and it shouts to you your base 12 system. It says that all the shapes are mathematically divisible by 6, that there is purpose for this, and yet you still have not seen it. And so we speak of the macabre as something grand and glorious. It is owned by you, and each one of you has it. But it would not appear on this planet, for to have it would vaporize. They say it would not, but it would not appear on this planet, for to have it would vaporize your biology. The energy is simply too great. And so, short of claiming the macabre, you can still work on it, for it still exists in the astral. Part of the steps of being in ascension are to work on it and marry it into your biology. The macabre carries its own light. Wherever the macabre is, there is light. This makes you creatures of light. Accept it. Okay, children of light. And finally, here are a few words on the source of the word macabre, very kindly supplied by one of my readers. Itai. It say those whose background is in Hebrew scripture. Thank you. Itai, how you? I think it's Itai. It say the Egyptian words Merkah and Ba, by some manner of laws not yet understood, align with the already existing word Merkava in Hebrew, meaning chariot. One might ask, wouldn't these come from a shared
older language, Merkaba or Merkava does mean chariot in Sumerian and Akkadian. And there are similar words in the other languages of the region. The V and B sounds are the same letter. Okay, say the V and the B sounds are the same letter. Okay.
Shout out to UAP. We switching
It
them
say,
letters and
however,
words on y'all, showing y'all what
this
time it is.
etymology is not related to the Egyptian words Mer, Ka, and Ba because of the way that the words are formed in Hebrew and Akkadian. Merkava comes from the word root made of the sounds R, Ka, or Ka, or K. Also, the same letter and B or V. Okay? So it's saying all those same letters would sound like me. It say words with the combination refer to riding or a vehicle. Shout out to UAP. That's what he be doing. It say words with that combination, right, refer to riding or a vehicle. You know what I mean? Like when I say, how flipping it, saying all different kind of words in different kind of ways, they seem to be totally different, but exactly the same and everything else. Yeah. All right. But anyway, let's keep going. It said the Merkava, as mentioned, came from Ezekiel's vision, the one with the wheels within wheels. Whether or not having this vision equates to ascending heavenwards is something that I will leave for you to interpret. But it was Enoch, not Ezekiel, whom the Tanakh explicitly says ascended. In Genesis, he walked and then was not, for he was with God. The Hebrew book of Enoch, or 3 Enoch, likely post Second Temple. It includes words in Greek and Latin. Has the earliest recorded mention of Metatron. Metatron was the name given to Enoch after his ascension. Merkava mysticism, a precursor of Kabbalah, which with abundant gratitude is a living tradition to this day, is based on this ascension. Okay, so that you know the Merkava and all that, same thing as the Kabbalah. Okay, and it's the only way. In conclusion, Merkava may very well be the most appropriate name for what we are describing, no matter what its source. However, one who wishes to be closer to the source of the Merkava wisdom still needs to know where to look. And so the primary documents for the Merkava of Ezekiel's vision as a vehicle for ascension and the ascension of Metatron are the Hekkalot literature. Okay? The Hekkalot literature. Small books for y'all. They say these are pre-Kabbalah Jewish mystical texts. Primary texts for Mer, Ka, and Ba are outside of my realm, right? It's a primary text for Mer, Ka, and Ba are outside of my realm, as my background is in Hebrew scripture. Mer, Ka, Ba, and Ezekiel's Merkava are historically unrelated. The later could not have been based on the former because of the difference in the way the languages work. And the former could not have been based on the latter because it happened earlier. But that is not to say that there is not a good reason for Merkava and Merkaba to overlap in this moment. Okay, so all the last part makes you very opinionated. Okay, so yeah. Y'all hear what it is? And that's all I really have for you. You know what I'm saying? Peace.
All right, let's get to it real quick. Dealing with parent cell. Parent cell. Parent cell is a cell that can divide into two. Damn, my bad. Let's start over, y'all. A parent cell is a cell that can divide into two or more daughter cells by either mitosis or meiosis. All somatic cells divide by mitosis, producing two identical daughter cells with the same ploidy as the parent cell. All right. Therefore, shall a man leave his mother and his father, and they two shall become one flesh. All right. Just so y'all can get a general idea of what they're talking about. So this is the parent cell. And the DNA duplication, keep duplicating and duplicating and duplicating, right? And it turns into daughter cells. All right. So it start off like this here. Forming this here. Start to split. Right? Once it's here, start to split. Split. Boom, boom. Now it's splitting the fold. All right, y'all. So y'all see how they go? So you got your parent cells, and you got your daughter cells. That's how we form. So we all form from daughter cells. It comes from our parent cells. Okay, y'all get it? Make sense? All right then. I'll holler at y'all. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? This video or this segment is going to be about astral microtubules. All right. And to make a long story short, when you start off as a baby, you have cell division called cleavage or whatever. And it go through different cleavages where the cells split together and they keep on duplicating themselves. And the process or the power behind this is the astral microtubules. The astral microtubules is basically like the light rays within your cellular structure, like the electricity, the power. All right. So the point is for you to recognize that you are the light. You are walking electricity. You are walking light beings. Okay. So if you can see this picture right here, the one with the orange, right here, this is a microtubule. Astral microtubule. Okay. And you see how it's separating. You can look at different pictures of it, and you can see how it's splitting and all that. You see how they split? All right. Try to make it real simple. Let's go into a little bit of what it say. Yeah. All right. It's also called a spinal apparatus. Okay. Or a mitotic spindle, which refers to the cytoskeletal structure of eukaryotic cells that forms during cell division to separate sister chromatids or chromatids. Yeah, now I might be killing some of these words, but y'all following me though, okay? They say between daughter cells. So these kind of things catches my attention. The sister, the daughters, all that type of stuff, daughters of men. All right, so all these daughter cells. So it is referred to as the mitotic spindle during mitosis. All right, mitosis, what I was telling y'all about when you duplicate over and over and over as a child. It's a process that produces genetically identical daughter cells. All right, so these cells that duplicate themselves are called daughter cells, or the meiotic spindle during meiosis. It's a process that produces gametes with half the number of chromosomes of the parent cells. Okay, so y'all know we're talking about DNA and all that type of stuff. With gametes, that's the sperm and the egg and the ovum or whatever, right?
Understand on the cool, they
say,
giving you the Bible fucking
besides
shit and
chromosomes,
science. You know what I'm saying?
the spindle apparatus,
or they're giving signs in
is
the Bible. Let me
composed
just
of
say it like
hundreds
that.
of proteins.
They're giving you the Genesis
and
story
you get
right
the proteins.
now.
Proteins are the building blocks of your structures, your cellular structures. You see what I'm saying? You know, basically, right? So let's say the microtubules comprise the most abundant components of the machinery. All right, so they call this a machinery. All right, say spindle structure, attachment of microtubules to chromosomes is mediated by kinetochores, which actively monitor spindle formation and prevent premature anaphase onset. Microtubule how you say it right? Polymerization, slow down a little bit, and deploymerization, right? Dynamic drive chromosome congregation, deploymerization, microtubules generates tension at kinetochore. Right, so this the kinetochore right here, right? All right, so you see what they're talking about. You got the astral microtubules, which is the green part. You got the microtubule organizing center. All right, they call it the center of it. Then you got the polar microtubules. All right, that's the part that swing around from this way. Then you got the kinetochore microtubule, which they call K fibers. They just make that shit short. They call it K fibers. All right, but y'all see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But the main idea is to show y'all about how it light up and split. See what I'm saying? Like somebody doing a whole lot of setting that. I don't think that's in my. I don't know what I'm talking to. I'm trying to hear. You know, I got 2 kids in the house, teenagers. I don't know if they arguing now, but I don't think so. But anyway, like I say, we're going to spin apparatus. All right. So now, let me go to what astral mean right quick. Astral is of, connected with, or resembling the stars. All right. Of, connected with, or resembling the stars. Relating to a supposed non-physical realm of existence. Relating to what? A supposed non-physical realm of existence, to which various psychic and paranormal phenomena are ascribed, and in which the physical human body is said to have a counterpart. What do they say? They say, and in which the physical human body is said to have a counterpart. You see what I'm saying? And now the origin of the word astral is star. You see? So you know how they say we all are stars. So basically they saying all your microtubules are stars. All right. So you made up of a cluster of stars. A cluster of stars creates a universe. So you basically are a walking universe. You know, if you dare to imagine yourself to be that, you know. So yeah, that's basically the main idea about that. So y'all just kind of just go more into it if you see fit. You know what I mean? To gain more information, gain more knowledge about it. I've done my due diligence, you know. It ain't my job to make you believe nothing, you feel me? So yeah, I'll just run it down to you. If y'all care to learn more about it, go into it and get to it, you know. But yeah, for this segment, that's all I had for you. Until next time, peace. Unvarying, invariable, constant, consistent, uniform, undeviating. Now, that's pretty interesting when you say constant or consistent. People will always tell you to be consistent. You feel me? Don't change for nobody, you know, type thing. Keep doing your thing, you know? And, you know, they say that in the scriptures, right, they mention the cornerstone being undesirable. That's the stone that the builders rejected, so to speak. And then, you know, they say that God is unchanging. The same today, tomorrow, and forever, right? Basically, huh? All right. So now let's keep going. In computing, the word static is of a process or variable, not able to be changed during a set period. For example, while a program is running. Okay, so if it's already set in this way, it can't be changed. When the program is running, it's locked in, basically, right? So in physics, the word static is concerned with the bodies at rest or forces in equilibrium. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, got a little tongue twister there. Anyway, we know that means balance, to be neutral, to be equal. They say acting as weight, but not moving. Acting as weight, but not moving. Relating to statics of an electric charge having gathered on or in an object that cannot conduct a current. Okay, and computing is of a memory or store, not needing to be periodically refreshed by an applied voltage. Okay, the noun is crackling or hissing noises on a phone, radio, or other telecommunication system. So we know that sound, that hissing sound. Then it's short for static electricity. All right, it's a informal or whatever, right? But now let's get down to the origin. Say late 16th century, which is 1500s, denoting the science of weight and its effects via modern Latin from Greek, static, meaning technique, science of weighing. The objective from modern Latin staticus, from Greek, statikos, meaning causing to stand. From the verb histana, sense one of the adjective dates from the mid-19th century. So the latest
put in that work today. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me for real. You know what I mean?
So far,
for real.
Statikos is from Greek, something, no doubt, meaning causing to stand. So therefore, the word static in its original meaning, in its true meaning, is to stand, cause something to stand. So now, when you think about static, you think about a person gets shocked or whatever the case, it causes your hair to stand up on your head.
You know what I'm saying? All right. So now the main word we're dealing with, which I know I said static, is electrostatic. Okay. So the main word we're dealing with is electrostatic. Now, since we understand that static causes something to stand. Okay, you know how God tell you to stand, or you can't stand no more, just stand in the way. You know what I'm saying? Tell you to stand in the way, no matter what. So now let's go to the word electro. What is the word electro? Electro is relating to or caused by electricity, involving electricity, right? Say relating to music, characterized by the use of synthesizers or electronically created sounds. Short for electrotype or electroplate, a style of dance music with a fast beat and synthesized backing track. All right. So now we know electro is dealing with electricity. So standing electricity is what we're talking about. Okay. But what was interesting to me is how static is referencing to something being rejected and all that type of stuff. You know? So let's go to the word electrostatic and see what they say it means. Electrostatic, what is this word? All right. Electrostatic is relating to stationary electric charges or fields as opposed to electric currents. All right. So it's related to something that's stationary versus something versus an electric current. All right. So electric current is something that moves. So therefore, like if you personalize it, right, and we consider ourselves electrostatic. You know what I'm saying? You know, like the spirit in us is electrostatic. The true self on the inside, the light body, so to speak, is electrostatic. You see what I'm saying? And then when we begin to move, our body is the electric current. When we're moving, when we're standing still, we're just electrostatic, just standing still in one place. When we move, we become an electric current, walking electricity, so to speak. And then when you think about your spinal cord, knowing that, and your brain and all that, your central nervous system, you know that it's electrical. You know, as a matter of fact, your whole body is electrical when you're dealing with the dendrites and the axons and all that type of stuff. You know, the parts of that send signals to move your body and move your muscles and stuff like that. It's all attached to electrical circuits, so to speak, which is kind of labeled as a tree. Basically, you're a walking electrical tree. But yeah, just so you understand, though, you know, the flesh is basically electrical current walking when you're moving and everything like that. And the power that powers it is basically just electrostatic. That we don't think nothing of. We take it for granted that we can move, talk, walk, eat, dance, you know what I'm saying, feel. We take all of it for granted, but it's the electrical circuit that allows us to do these things. That's all I really wanted to say. You know what I mean? Stay true to the power. Use it to the best of your ability. All right? Peace. I would definitely holler at y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in once again to Wisdom Seekers University. All right, so let's get on to the top right here. This is the word, porphyrin. And porphyrin is any of the class of pigments. Everybody know pigments basically like the color of your skin and all that, from yellow to black, including hemi or chlorophyll, whose molecules contain a flat ring of 4 linked heterocyclic groups, sometimes with a central metal atom. A central metal atom. Okay? So if y'all ain't paying attention, you got metal in your atom. Everybody have metals in them. So there's metal in the middle of your atom. And basically, it says sometimes that pigments can have metal in it. All right? That's basically what it's saying. So in the origin, it's saying that it means purple. Everybody know purple is significant with royalty. Okay? So now, this is a porphyrin class. This is how it looks, right? And you know, it already say about porphyrins, right? It said porphyrins are a group of heterocyclic microcycle organic compounds. Okay? Micro. Everybody know micro means big organic compounds, okay? It's a composed of 4 modified pyrrole subunits interconnected at their A atoms via methane bridges. The parent of porphyrin is porphyrin, a rare chemical compound of exclusively theoretical interest. I mean, they are interested in this. They don't really know about it that much, right? They try to learn, but they don't know about it. Okay. So microcycle. A microcycle are often described as molecules and ions containing a 12 or more member ring. Classical examples include the crown ethers, right? Collection rings or whatever, right? Crown ethers caught my attention, as you can see. And another thing caught my attention, right? You know, first of all, we know we did it with pigments, okay? Which is the polyphyrins, right? Or porphyrins. All right. So now the microcycles, right, which is the organic compound, microcycles are often described as molecules. Everybody know we made up of molecules. And ions, which is like the atmosphere and everything like that, okay? In the sky and everything. We breathe in ions and everything. Ions is what takes it exchange protons for neutrons and electrons, stuff like that. You know what I mean? You know, like when in ionization, you lose electrons and you gain electrons. You see what I'm saying, so to speak. All right, but anyway, that's another topic. I'm not trying to get y'all too lost on that. I'm trying to give you an idea. Ions is everywhere, okay? Basically, they're like energy, okay? So now, and it says containing a 12 or more member ring. All right, classical examples include crown ethers. All right, so now, you know, my bad, y'all. I thought I was sharing it with y'all about the micro organic deal, but I wasn't showing it with you. Hold on. Let me show y'all what the micro organic is. I'm just talking. I mean the microcycle. I mean, y'all wasn't getting none of the game I was just giving you. But I mean, on the one I was telling y'all about the crown deal. Let me see if I can put it up for you so I can show you that what I was talking about. It's supposed to be showing for you. Let me see. But the one I was trying to show you, it ain't showing. Excuse me, which is kind of crazy. But anyway, I still go to it though, all right? So now, they say a microcycle refers to your season as a whole. A mesocycle refers to a particular training block with that season. It's a e.g., all right, the endurance phase, okay? The endurance phase, okay? All right? So it's a microcycle refers to the smallest unit within a mesocycle, usually a week of training. So, macrocycle dealing with the whole picture. Okay, now let me go to the crown ethers that I wanted to go to. Crown ethers. Okay. Now, this is a picture of the crown ethers, which is the same thing as the porphyrins, which is the same thing as pigment, and this is how it's shaped. These are the shapes of it. Okay, so crown ethers are cyclic chemical compounds. You know that kind of look like a ship steering wheel, like, you know what I'm talking about? And it's a compounds that consist of a ring containing several ether groups. The most common crown ethers are cyclic oligomers or ethylene oxide. The repeating unit being ethylenoxy. All right, but y'all get the drift. Y'all get the point with that, right? So now let's check out what ethers is real quick. Okay, let's find out what the ether is. All right. So let's check out ethers. So ether is a pleasant smelling, colorless, volatile liquid that is highly flammable. It is used as an anesthetic and as a solvent or intermediate in industrial processes. It's also any organic compound with a structure similar to ether, having an oxygen atom linking two alkyl or other organic groups. Okay, so doing the linking, keeping everything together. Okay, so the origin of the word ether is late Middle English from Old French or via Latin from Greek, meaning upper air. Okay, the upper room. All right, they say from the base of everything burn, shine. All right, you know everything about burning something up. It's about that shine, about that light. Originally, the word denoted a substance believed to occupy space, beyond the sphere of the moon. Now, understand that now. It's originally, right? The word was denoted as a substance believed, which they try to say they don't really know for sure, but they just trying to describe what they say. Okay, believed to occupy space beyond the sphere of the moon. Okay, ether in the third sense, and it arose in the mid 17th century, and ether since one in the mid 18th century. All right, so we get the origin again, and they referred it to the space beyond the sphere of the moon. So now understanding that we're talking about crown ethers, and the crown ethers is something that is a part of your pigment. So therefore, if you have these crown ethers that has the metal inside of them and everything like that, quite possibly you are connected with the part of the atmosphere that is beyond the moon, the space that is beyond the moon. You understand? And the space that is beyond the moon, which I guess will be out of our immediate atmosphere, is the place where ionization takes place. Okay, let's see. Let me see if I can put it up for you right quick. See, if you know anything about the northern lights and all that, that's just a combustion of the ionization. Okay. Ionization. I forget exactly what I was about to look up just then. My bad, I had a brain freeze. Okay. Ionizing part of the atmosphere. Ionizing. Let's see. Ionizing part of the atmosphere. Which part is that? Okay, and that's the ionosphere. Okay, which that's the part that we're in. Okay, so now understand this now. The ionosphere is the ionized part of Earth's upper atmosphere from about 48 kilometers, 30 miles up, okay, to 965 kilometers, 600 miles altitude, a region that includes the thermosphere and parts of the mesosphere and exosphere. Okay, let's say the ionosphere is ionized by solar radiation. Now, understand what's going on here now. It says the ionosphere, okay, which is the part where all the ionization takes place, which is the part of space that is above the moon, okay, which is still in Earth's atmosphere. So they let you know the moon and all that type of stuff is in our atmosphere. And it's no more than 30 miles to 600 miles away. All right. So now it says the ionosphere is the ionized part of Earth's upper atmosphere. Right? It's still in our atmosphere, but it's the upper part of our atmosphere. It says from about 48 kilometers, which is 30 miles, and it stretches all the way out. I guess it began at 30 miles up, and then it stretches all the way out from 960 kilometers, which is 600 miles altitude. A region that includes the thermosphere, okay, which is another part of our atmosphere, or not our atmosphere rather, but the atmosphere period. Anyway, and parts of the mesosphere and exosphere. The ionosphere is ionized, right? Another key part, by solar radiation, which is the sun. So the sun ionizes, part. Okay, it's ionized by solar radiation. Anyway, I don't even want to touch on that. I've been went left on y'all right quick. But that's pretty interesting to know, and so that y'all understand how this connect. So again, we know that our body ionizes, okay, through the cellular structures and stuff like that. And you know how they say, as above, so below. That's the key point. To have you to realize it's as above, so below, as within, so without, and it's on a reversal level when it comes to, everything. The farther you look, you can see outwards is the most inner parts of yourself. Okay, and so that you understand that the more you vibrate in your micro cells, your microcycle, as a whole being, the more subsequently and consequently, the space above the moon will also radiate at a higher vibration, strengthening your being, strengthening the being that's connected to you. And then once you start exploding with this ionization, your light can spread out to others, and you may be able to affect others around you. Not to go too left on y'all, okay? But understand that this is all dealing with you and your cellular structure.
In a positive way,
your
of
atoms,
course. Affect other people in a positive way.
When we're dealing with the crown ethers. Okay? So let me go back to the crown ethers again. That's just so interesting that they call it crown ethers, and that's something that's inside of you, man. The ethers inside of you, the seven heavens. The seven heavens. All right, again, just so y'all can see. You gotta. This is how the geometrical shape of the crown ether looks, and this is a part of your chemical makeup.
That look like a captain steering wheel too.
All right. So, for sure. Until next time, I'll holler at y'all. Peace. All right, y'all know what time it is. I'm gonna hit y'all with a quick one. We're gonna be talking about the word daughter. Y'all already know why I'm doing this. It's for all you Bible readers out there. They got the misconception of what you're actually reading, all right? So I'm going to get straight to the point. This ain't going to take that long. So now we're dealing with a literary work. The Bible is called a literary doctrine, all right? So you go down to the literary aspect of the word daughter, okay? Literary. It means a thing personified, right, as a daughter in relation to its origin or source. What is a daughter in the literary doctrine? It is a thing personified as a daughter, okay? Personified as a daughter in relation to its origin or source. Check out the sentence under it, right? It said Italian, the eldest daughter of ancient Latin. You understand? Italian, the eldest daughter of ancient Latin. See where they're going with this? It's a thing personified as a daughter in relation to its origin or source. So if we're talking about false gods and stuff like that, okay, the source of it is the mother, okay? And from that mother, you have daughters of it. Okay, so in relation to the source of it, it becomes a daughter or a son or this or that. All right? You got the patriarch, you got the matriarch. But I don't want to go too left, but people gave me what I'm saying. It'll open up a lot of doors for understanding. All right? So yeah, in a literary sense, daughter is a thing personified as a daughter in relation to its origin or source. In relation to its origin or source. It's not the origin of the source, right? It's a branch of it. A branch off the root. What it say? The apple don't fall far from the tree type thing. Yeah. That's all I wanted to run down to y'all, man. It's been good. All right, so check it out. Yeah. We're about to be dealing with this serotonin, right? And we're gonna deal with the serotonin via the raphe nuclei. All right. So the raphe nuclei are the primary location in the brain for the production of the neurotransmitter serotonin. And the serotonin synthesized in the raphe nuclei is then sent throughout the entire central nervous system. All right. So then you know this raphe nuclei is very important. And the primary location of it is in the brain for the production of it, right? And it produces the neurotransmitter serotonin. All right. So now,
Yeah, I killed that word, rabbi. I can rap it.
The next step is to run through this neuroserotonin. So that's all about neuroserotonin function. Neurotransmitter. That's what I should have said, neuroserotonin, but y'all know what I meant. Neurotransmitter serotonin, right? So it says serotonin is a naturally occurring substance that functions as a neurotransmitter to carry signals between the nerve cells called neurons throughout your body. All right. Say most commonly, people are aware of serotonin's role in the central nervous system. So the role of serotonin, for the ones that don't know, is to carry signals between the nerve cells, which are called neurons. All right. So let me show you what neurons are right quick, for the ones that might not know. You know, neurons. Let's check them out. See what they look like. I spelled it wrong, but you know. All right. So these are neurons that's in your body. These are neurons. You got your dendrites and all that. All right. So boom, you see it. So again, let's get back to where we was at. We did it with the raphe function, right? Raphe function, which is the raphe nuclei. Let me show you a picture of that. Where they say all this at, raphe nuclei going through your brain. That's where it's developed at. Then send signals on out throughout the brain. All right. Yeah. Let me go back to that. So, all right. So y'all got that understood, huh? And the importance of that is turn to you understand the neurotransmitter serotonin. All right. The neurotransmitter serotonin, which relates signals between the nerve cells, which is the neurons. So it carries the signals. So everything that you do is being carried by the serotonin, the neurotransmitter serotonin. So you hear everybody talking about melatonin and serotonin and you know and all this shit and all that there, or melanin, which is the pigment and all that. And hey, you don't know what you're talking about. You know what's really going on scientifically within yourself. Okay. But yeah, for the most part, man, there's been another one about the raphe nuclei and the serotonin and all that. You know what I'm saying? Till next time, I'll holler. All right, let's do it. Hind brain, mid brain, forebrain. You know what I'm saying? All right, so at the bottom, that's your hind brain, mid brain, okay? Forebrain. So to me, this is your mouth, your nose, your eyes, body, mind, soul. Okay. Soul, dealing with the sun, dealing with light, dealing with seeing. Okay. Nose, dealing with senses, reasoning. You know what I mean? What's good, what's not. Mouth is communicating the idea of what to give your senses to. See what I'm saying? So, with that being said, it also looks like the panther, you know? And so these three brains, these three must come together and work as one. That in order to give you true peace and joy, you know, they all have to work together. The body has to work with the mind has to work with the soul, you know, all vice versa. You know, everybody have to do their part, so to speak. Each part of the brain got to do their part. You know, the hind brain don't let the mind know what the body want to do and take the mean over it. Then they can't send a message to the forebrain to give it the command to do it. So it all works together. It all works hand in hand. If you get what I'm saying. you know. So yeah, I ain't really trying to get too deep on it. You know what I mean? I just kind of wanted to hit it real quick. You know, let you know that the pattern of symbolism is dealing with balance and all that too at the same time. And that it definitely appears to see. It definitely seems that this is what this is speaking on. Yeah, so like I say, I ain't trying to squeeze on y'all too long. You know what I'm saying? Try to get up out of here on this one. On another note, I'll holler at you. Yo, here we go again with another chop game topic, all right? Chop game with me. You know what I mean? Y'all know how I do. I like to give a little rundown on what we're dealing with. And we're dealing with DC current and AC current. Well, DC source and AC source. All right? So first of all, we're dealing with the positive and negative sign. Tree of good and evil, you know? Then we're dealing with the snake symbol, serpent. Okay? We're dealing with DC source, right? This direct current was all power, ain't no turn off, going straight, you know what I'm saying? Well, with, you know, and the further it goes out, the less direct it become. You know, it don't have, it's incapable of alternating or adapting, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? But over a short distance, I guess it's good, you know. But AC source, it has the ability to alternate over a long distance. You see what I'm saying? So the further it go out, it can adapt and associate itself with different things. So be wise as a serpent or harmless as a dove. You know, I just find it kind of interesting. You know, then the AC source has like a serpent symbol, basically. And as you can see, it's like waving up and down, letting you know that it can alternate between currents or whatever the case. You see, you know, alternate between, you know, how I like to put it, being able to adapt, you know what I'm saying, to situations. And DC current let you know is either all the way positive or all the way negative. You know what I mean? Then once it gets so far out, it ain't really positive or negative. It has no directions. You know what I mean? It's like when you ask somebody some basic questions about something, they can give you the answers real quick. But then after a while, they start running out of answers. You know what I mean? It start making sense. You know, it's kind of like that. You know, just like where you going with it. But with the AC source, you can adapt to whatever situation, basically. All right. So yeah, man. Again, that was the main thing I wanted to talk to y'all about. You know. So, hey, y'all know what time it is.
Yeah, man. Thank you everybody for tuning in, man. I really appreciate it for everybody that came through. You know what I mean? So everybody that came through, y'all know what it is. Y'all know who y'all are. You know, so thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of Netkonnek. You know what I mean? Hosting WSU Secret University, and I hope everybody gained something out of it. And of course, I could have dug deeper into many topics. So anything caught your attention, be sure to go do your own due diligence and go down some lanes and paths that I probably didn't take you down. You know. So until next time, I'll holler at y'all for real. Peace.